in the eggs. Big beady eyeballs and a pair of talon legs. Crossing the road, you gotta be quick and not a doggy or a kitten. But it's the chicken, 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 chicken. In a lot of ways, they start off in the eggs. Big beady eyeballs and a pair of talon legs. Crossing the road, you gotta be quick and not a doggy or a kitten.
Nerd!
Chicken, 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 chicken.
Driving for miles. Why'd you try to escape out the door? Doing 100 on the highway. You're like an animal, don't know your consequences.
Yeah, I think Stream Elements may be dying on us. I should probably look into changing that. You know what? I turned that off for the Y-Shoe presentation. No one said anything yet. Oh, look, the Discord thing is broken here. It's not like you can actually click on that either. It's not hard to type in, but still. Dooku, good morning. How are you doing? Mind Mastery on YouTube, holding it down. How does, oh, it doesn't work like that? Can I tag you in YouTube, Mind Mastery? Is that how that works? I don't know how it works. Good morning. Dooku, I'm good. What are you up to today? Theo 2820, trying to keep the peace. Yeah, all good. All good. What's going on? Spectre, is it hot up there yet, man? It's right on the cusp of humid down here. And we're supposed to start getting rain around 2 p.m. All right. First things first. (7-Eleven) had a data breach. I meant to cover this on the last Saturday, but it got by me. Data breach exposes over 185,000 accounts. Oh, that's a good idea. We're gonna do it old school and read it, right? Shiny Hunter's payer leak attack against 7-Eleven resulted in a compromise of over 185,000 unique email addresses and personal details. 7-Eleven stated the breach involved systems that stored franchise documents. Attackers claimed to have stolen 600,000 records, leaked over 9.4 gigabytes of archive of documents 1 week after the first announcement. 7-Eleven pay or leak extortion campaign orchestrated by this threat group Shiny Hunters resulted in a theft and leak of internal data online later that month. The incident was formally added to the breach notification service Have I Been Pwned, which is a good service if you haven't used it before, on May 24th, which said 185,000 accounts were impacted. The 7-Eleven data breach, which was observed on April 8th, exposed a substantial volume of identifiable information, PII. Have It Been Pwned said the compromised records include 185,000 unique accounts and their dates of birth, email addresses, names, phone numbers, physical addresses. So, I mean, it sucks and that's bad. What can you do with this kind of information? You may be able to, you might try to access someone's account. Like maybe you use Have I Been Pwned to, like say you have a password for one of their accounts. You may use Have I Been Pwned to see which other accounts that they have and then try to sign in. Additionally, a small number of leaked records contained additional exposed data fields. Over 600,000 Salesforce records containing PII and other internal corporate data. The company failed to reach an agreement with us despite our incredible patience. All chances and offers we've made, they don't care. So maybe they've wait, so did they ransomware them? Or did they just breach them? I think they just breached them. Payer leak extortion campaign. Yeah, that's sad. The Shiny Hunters group leveraged the exfiltrated database to demand payment, threatening to publish it. The data was ultimately released to the public April 2026 after extortion attempt. Wow. So they're not even ransomwaring them anymore. They just steal the data and then threaten to leak it. The compromised information directly corresponds to the administrative records maintained within these specific franchisee infrastructure environments, confirming the limited scope of compromised systems as outlined by the company last week. Reports announced that a NYC Health Plus Hospitals data breach exposed sensitive biometrics of 1.8 individuals. Good Lord. 1.8 million individuals. This month, the threat actor claimed WoFlow data breach, exposing 448,000 accounts, and announced that it's stolen almost 120,000 Vimeo accounts. Early March, Shiny Hunters claimed to have compromised data from Snowflake, Okta, Sony, AMD, LastPass, Salesforce via a massive Salesforce breach. Good morning, Net. Love this one. Hackers used Meta's AI support bot to seize Instagram accounts. You know, these AI chatbots they're being very helpful, very useful. Everyone's finding useful and utility out of them. So, the Instagram accounts for the Obama White House and Chief Master Sergeant of the U.S. Space Force were briefly defaced with pro-Iranian images and messages over the weekend after instructions began circulating on Telegram. Man, I'll tell you what, I may just have to find some of these groups on Telegram showing how to trick Meta's AI support bot into resetting account passwords. Oh, good song. Wait, I want to hear the other one, previous one again, real quick. Maybe not. Maybe I missed it. On May 31st, word began to spread on several Telegram IM channels that Meta's AI bot would happily add an email address to an existing account as part of the bot's standard password reset flow. You can't. You know what's hilarious about this? You can't even, like, I've tried to change my Facebook email to my Gmail so it doesn't connect. Tagora, Hack the Planet, thank you for the resub. 41 months is out of control, Tagora. Thank you. What's going on today, man? I've had my, I don't know how to say this out loud, but I signed up for Spotify using my Facebook forever ago. Like, I never link accounts. And Spotify forever ago, this was like, God, what? Early 2010s, whenever Spotify came out, I signed up for a free account, and it's like, sign in with your Facebook. I'm like, shit, I'm all over Facebook. Let me sign in with Facebook. And it linked my Facebook forever and ever. My Facebook, that's the only way I can log into my Spotify account is through Facebook. So I've tried to go back and reset it or change it to my Gmail, and they won't let me. The fact that you can trick Meta's AI bot now into doing that is hilarious to me. Lokia Boo, good morning. How are you doing? Good time zone, wherever you're at. A video released by Telegram by pro-Iran hackers claimed to document a remarkably simple exploit that appears to have involved using a VPN connection with an IP address that is in or near the target's usual hometown, requesting a password reset for the account, then choosing to chat with Meta's AI support assistant. From there, the video shows the attacker told the bot to link the account in question to a new email address, after which the bot dutifully sent that email address a one-time code that allowed a password reset. Oceanese fan, good morning. Welcome. How are you doing? Am I saying that right? Oceanese. Yeah, Oceanese fan. The Telegram account that posted the video also linked to screenshots of pro-Iran images, videos, and messages that defaced and hacked Instagram accounts, saying hackers had used the exploit to hijack a number of valuable Instagram accounts that allegedly have a resale value of more than $500,000. Yeah, that makes sense. Meta has now responded to the request for comment on these video claims, but Meta's Andy Stone said on Twitter X that the issue had been resolved. I mean, it's an AI chatbot. And that they were securing impacted accounts. The security blog, The CyberSec Guru, reports that Meta pushed an emergency patch over the weekend and clarified that no backend database was breached. Instagram has notoriously poor human support infrastructure. Recovering, this is the CyberSec Guru, recovering a locked account, especially a high-value one, can take weeks of back and forth with an automated ticketing system. Meta's solution was to deploy a conversational AI layer to handle common recovery workflows, relinking a lost email address, triggering a password reset, verifying account ownership. The assistant, presumably, was supposed to reduce friction for legitimate users stuck in account access hell. Reduce friction for hackers, bad guys as well. Before I get too sidetracked, Oceanese, Oceanese fan, what are you working on today? Thanks for popping in, chat, and saying hello. Low-key Abu, what are you up to today? Ian Golden, a threat researcher at Lumen's Black Lotus Labs, says we're entering uncharted security territory as more large online platforms are allowing AI chatbots to handle sensitive account recovery requests. Just like human customer support employees can be socially engineered into providing unauthorized access to someone's account, AI bots are equally eager to help and vulnerable to persuasion and trickery, he said. AI chatbots create interesting new attack surface, and it's likely going to see a lot more of these kinds of attacks, Golden said. Oceanese, you were using a... Excuse me. You're using a game engine called Summer Engine to try and make a game. What kind of game? We have a game too. Oh, low-key Abu, I'm sorry to hear about that. Doc told you to avoid stimulants? Dude, you guzzle energy drinks. Use olive oil soap. Oh, okay. Oceanese, I'll show you what we created. It was a chat. It was a game that we had in chat. You could run commands. We changed it into essentially a clicker, a website clicker game. So you navigate to these different areas like email, and then you send a fish hack, and you keep doing that. So it kind of turned into a clicker on us. But we're just going to start implementing hardware, different kinds of scans. Right, junk. There's a steel mechanic, a virus mechanic, and I have a couple other things under there. How is eczema? Eczema's related to eczema's related to stimulants? Like caffeine? Who knew? So you're still figuring out what kind of game you're going to create. Well, half of it is half of what? What am I trying to say? It's good that you're starting on that and you're trying to figure it out. That's cool. Yeah, do what you got to do, Abu. My allergies are off the charts. It's supposed to rain today, so hopefully that'll help. It's supposed to rain for the next few days. Hopefully that'll help. But sleeping is awful. I don't get much sleep as it is, but like those 6 hours, I'm out. And I wake up and my nose is just running. The drainage going into the back of my throat. It's making my throat itchy. Like it's awful this year. AI chatbots create an interesting new attack surface. We're likely going to see more of these kinds of attacks. Look, what I'm going to say about this is that you have Meta, who is a gigantic organization that makes tons of money and has brilliant engineers working there, right? The fact that they have a chatbot that can be tricked into doing this kind of stuff does not bode well for any other account or any other website that has an AI chatbot. Jason Haddix himself said he's not concerned about
I'm afraid I can't
lack of
do
work
that.
when it comes to chatbots. Corn Hub. Spicy food is for a win. Yep. I say, you think someone was vibe coding it? I wouldn't be surprised. By the way, he's training his AIs off of their most talented engineers. Securing various online accounts means taking full advantage of the most secure form of multi-form authentication offered, such as passkey or security key, which I have a couple. I have a couple passkeys. Google's under a passkey. GitHub's under a passkey. I have a couple other ones. I can't remember what they are. In this case, even using the least robust form of MFA that Instagram offers, a one-time code sent via SMS, likely would have blocked the exploit. However, the hackers who released the video on Telegram said their exploit failed to work against any accounts that had MFA enabled. So there's that. That's hilarious. Hey, that's hilarious in and of itself, because they hacked the Obama White House Instagram account and the Chief Master Sergeant of the U.S. Space Force, which means neither of them jokers had MFA on their accounts. I wish I had a sad horn. Wah, wah. Yikes, so much drainage. This was on the Hacker News. Free apps are quietly turning smart TVs into web scraping proxies for AI. I've always wondered about like the apps for your TV, like Netflix and YouTube, Prime Video. Like these are the heavy hitters up here. And they're free. So I don't know what this is going to get into. Neil Pointer, good morning. Which means, agree. Which means what else do they not have MFA on? It's not a far step to put those two together. A researcher has reverse engineered the iOS SDK that Bright Data embeds in consumer apps and documented how it turns devices, including always on smart TVs, into exit nodes that relay web scraping traffic for a data business. Bright Data markets heavily into the AI industry. The company, the successor to Luminati, operates what it calls the largest residential proxy network in the world, advertising at more than 400 million residential IPs. Part of that supply comes from this SDK shipped inside free apps behind an opt-in screen and described as a consent-sourced pool of 150 million plus IPs. The findings matter because the scraping comes from the user's home IP, not the customer's. The immediate risk is not a hacked account or stolen data. It is that a home connection and its bandwidth gets used as someone else's scraping infrastructure. A connected TV is close to ideal for that, usually plugged in on a fast connection, effectively unmetered and unwatched. The deepest technical evidence is from the iOS SDK. The smart TV reach rests on Bright Data's platform support, its public partner list, and earlier reporting. The research found the peer channel that carries scraping jobs has no real authentication, and on iOS, its traffic bypasses a configured VPN. When the app opens, the SDK contacts one of Bright Data's servers, which hands over its instructions without really checking who is asking. SDK NPM, this is all tracking. I'm a little lost in it.
The only way to learn is by playing. The only way to win is by learning, and the only way to begin is by beginning.
Mindset mastery. We're in it. What's new today is we're in it right now. From then on, the server can tell the device to go fetch pages from other websites using the user's home internet connection to do it. Wait, so how, I need to go back and make the connection between how they're using this device on my network to scrape websites for them. The company operates what it calls the largest residential proxy network in the world. Part of the supply comes from this SDK shipped inside free apps behind. This is a wild sentence here. Part of that supply comes from this SDK. What and iOS. Is that Apple? Are they talking about Apple? Part of that supply comes from this SDK shipped inside free apps behind an opt-in screen and is described as a content source pool of 150 million plus IPs.
I let you in and right away my walls crashed down. You loved me till you left. I tried to numb the pain now, but nothing ever works. I'm still filled with hurt. Wish my memory could be blurred. If only I could erase the things we used to do. If only I could have amnesia when I think of you. If only I could erase the things we used to do.
Then I'll ask her questions. You got ads in a minute. 30-second ad in a minute. Part of that supply comes from an SDK shipped inside free apps behind an opt-in screen. The immediate risk is not a hacked account or stolen data. It's that the home connection and its bandwidth gets used as someone else's scraping infrastructure. The deepest technical evidence from the iOS SDK, the Smart TV reach rests on Bright Data's platform support, its public partner list, and earlier reporting. Dr. Deadclick, what's going on? Now I'm getting tripped up on the opt-in screen. And what are these free apps? Maybe trials? The research found the pure channel that carries scraping jobs has no real authentication, and on iOS, its traffic bypasses a configured VPN. When the app opens, the SDK contacts one of Bright Data's servers, which hands over its instructions without really checking who is asking. From there on, the server can tell the device to go and fetch pages from other websites using the user's home internet connection to do it. The researcher found the channel that carries those jobs has none of the usual security checks and described it as weaker than the controls built in most malware. On iPhones, the researcher found that this traffic slips past the VPN and that much of what the app does not show up in tools security teams normally use to monitor apps. The device can also keep relaying in the background while someone is watching the screen or on a call, as long as the battery is not low. Okay, now I thought they said TV, but now they're talking about phones. Epistemic Anarchist, thanks for popping in chat. Rabid Paperclip, thank you for the follows. Spectacular name, by the way. I think app says to users, if you want ad-free, then enable scraping. Then the app uses the Bright SDK to enable scraping, and Bright pays the app developer. Who would allow this? Epistemic Anarchist, thanks again for popping in chat and that explanation to help me along. How are you doing today? Rabid Paperclip, how are you doing today? Nail Pointer, what are you up to? What are you working on today? What are we working on today, gang?
Don't wanna be the only fighter in this battle of the sand. I don't
What's up, old man? I know.
survivor. Can we defend?
The opt-in screen does not match what the SDK actually allows. In one Roku app, Petflix, the screen said it would use the device and its connection occasionally.
Run towards what we had left. Take my
Petflix. The hell is Petflix?
sunlight. We will find a way.
Looks like they pulled it.
Don't tell me I'll
Squiddy wins. Welcome back. How are you doing? People who don't understand what scraping is and don't want ads, I guess. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. That's a good point. A lot of times I look at these scams like through a lens of like, as security people, we've been inoculated to a lot of this stuff, so we're skeptical. Anytime I see something like different or worded differently, I'm like, okay, what are they trying to get at? What of my data are they trying to get at? So, adult pet finder, Petflix and chill, Petflix and purr. Yeah, those are all good ones. I'll allow it. Good ones, Rabbit Paperclip. Welcome to the channel. Okay, all right.
don't tell me I'll find
Oh yeah. I don't know. We have a lot of questionable. We have a few questionable follows. I'm sure if you're respectful, we'll be just fine. The settings in SDK allow for up to 200 gigabytes of traffic in a month. In a few countries, including Uzbekistan and Oman, the limits are set far higher. The device is cleared to keep working almost until battery runs flat. Again, I thought we were talking about TV. The SDK can also tie together a person's phone and computers that run the same company's apps, treating them as one user. I don't know how that, unless it just get
what's right. Done
more computing power from the user.
be the lone survivor.
How did you find us? Rabbit Paperclip, if you don't mind, how did you find us? Epistemic Anarchist, same question. How did you find us? The SDK can also here, say that. The Bright Data publishes its list of app partners on a page anyone can open, and it includes markers of smart TV apps such as Playworks Digital, Cloud TV, Long Vision. What? Playworks Digital? Who downloads this shit? See, anytime you open your platform to people developing apps and stuff, like, it just opens another channel, another attack surface channel. Your grandma? Yeah, that's actually
I'm
not.
sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Yeah.
Don't tell me I'll find a way. Don't break me, I'm here to stay. All these dreams go passing by, we'll find a way.
Guacamole. Welcome back. How are you doing? Meta is a security risk? Yeah, everything's a security risk.
Find a way.
Good morning, Barcode Taurus. Welcome back. How's it going? Oh, thank you. I try. This is a good place, in my opinion. This is a good place. If you've been here before, welcome back. If you're new here, I'm Theo. Welcome to what we affectionately call painful IT. I do cybersecurity. I work for a security company. And Twitch put me in live channels we think you'd like. On the homepage? No shit. Very cool. Better than YouTube. Let's check out how YouTube's serving me up to people. By the way, love YouTube. Love YouTube so much. On a scale from how much I love YouTube from 1 to my wife, gotta be like an 8 or a 9. It's just hilarious. I've streamed the same time every week. They're like, nope, quit it. Dude, when's this guy gonna give up? Anyways. You're new. Who the heck is Theo? Whitestone, good morning. How's it going? Oh my God, I may have to go to earbuds. Philosopher Zero, you hacked Insta twice. Yeah, we just got started twice in 30 minutes. Pack to move and start building data centers? What's up, Whitestone? Did you make a change? Change and what's going on, man? Twitch algo actually seems half decent. It largely respects my interests and avoids trying to rabbit hole me. Yeah, it does actually. It does. Win for the hacker, Philosopher Zero. Yes. Neil Pointer, hacking Instagram episode 2016? Not via AI. Oh boy, not via AI chatbots. They love to help. Yeah, they want to help. All right. Go build those data centers, Whitestone. Hopefully you got an increase out of it. Well, work is work. Money's money. You got to go where the money is. Yep. Money's money. And honestly, building stuff with these may not be a bad idea right now. Wait, what got high review rankings? Old model pulled by AI demand. None of this is new in shape, only in scale. Bright Data is the successor to Illuminati. Spectacular name for a company, by the way. They're hiding in plain sight. The paid proxy service that grew out of Ola VPN. In 2015, Ola was caught selling its free users bandwidth as exit nodes through Illuminati at $20 a gigabyte. The same model now runs through always-on box in the living room. What changed is the buyer. Anti-bot defenses from Cloudflare, Datadome, and other block scrapers come from data center IP, so API scrapers route through residential connections instead. Krebs reported in 2025 that proxies from botnets like Aersuru are fueling large-scale AI data harvesting, and Google dismantled the criminal IPIDEA proxy network in January. Fooled everyone because it had DAA in it. The operations hijack consumer devices. Bright Data says its nodes, exit nodes, opt in through a consent screen. That consent is the line between the two, and whether it's meaningful is an open question. Low Pass, syndicated by The Verge, first surfaced a smart TV angle in February. This is a technical teardown. Google, Amazon, Roku have since restricted background proxy SDKs, and Bright Data dropped those platforms. What to do? The traffic is easy to spot and block. Is it though? For the everyday consumer, is it though? On a home network, the simplest step is to block the web addresses the SDK uses to connect. Well, no shit, just block them. With a router level tool like Pi-hole or NextDNS. That may be the simplest step, but not for most people. The main ones are proxy. According to the research, blocking these stops the device from acting as a relay without affecting Bright Data's paid service, which runs on separate addresses. Companies that manage staff phones can also scan for apps that carry the SDK. One catch: on a mobile connection, the traffic sidesteps office Wi-Fi, so a network block alone will not always catch it. Bright Data could also change how the SD connects in the future, which would mean any block list needs updating. Oh, the Instabot. Oh, the Instabot got high ratings. Right. I bet it did too. Philosopher Zero. I didn't stop using it. Okay. TTS is managed by someone. It's a passion project. We use it for free. The robust TTS that does translation, text to speech for the stream is that's a very funny username. Welcome to the stream, Dirk Diggler. It's a passion project, and with passion projects, it's going to be in and out of service. It happens. Dirk Diggler, how did you find us? And what are you doing on this? What are you doing on a Saturday morning? Okay, that was free apps. Okay, a couple other things I wanted to go over. The Crow's Nest, which is a curated roundup of news, techniques, and tools and exploits from across the security community, and it's brought to you by Black Lantern Security. So I'm going to drop this here. Please. It's not a daily. It'll come out every few days, every several days. And that's where we got the Shiny Hunters 7-Eleven data from.
This is my escape. Here I belong. So I'll keep dancing.
And the Hackers AI article. Instagram that happens with a passion project. Oh, I guess that happens with a passion project. It does. Shabala, welcome back. Dirk Diggler, you're in Thailand right now, bruh. You came up on a live channel. You was trying to pull me in. I do know what you mean. The universe is speaking to you. It's telling you to keep me tabbed up at all times. Welcome to the channel, Dirk Diggler. I wish I could say I was a huge fan. I'm not really. Yeah. Philosopher Zero, what are you trying to find out? Distro? I use Kali, I use Ubuntu, I use Red Hat, Enterprise Linux, and I use Windows as my daily driver. Browser, it's Firefox. Sorry to disappoint. I'm sure you wanted something more fancy, but sorry to disappoint. No problem. You can be curious and ask. No problem at all. Yeah, no problem at all. Firefox. NGMI? What is NGMI? Please don't make me Google it. We can get rid of Petflix. We talked about the crow's nest. This is where we got the AI, Meta's AI. Techniques and write-ups. AI audit of free BSD, 15 kernel bugs found, 4-byte heap overflow to RCE in Minecraft. Good Lord. LLM-driven pipeline for EDR signature reduction. One-click GitHub token theft. Yeah, these are good, man. And then tools. Hijack libs adds Sigma coverage for 600 plus DLL hijacks. Mog VMP, a devirtualizer for VM Protect. Project Onyx, EDR evasion via AI telemetry. So if you're interested in those things, this is a good resource for you. And then finally, we're reviewing a article that was on the Substack, the Black Lantern Substack, for a CV that they found, 9.8. Static. Yeah. My resting dad face has gotten good, has improved. Yeah. Yep. SQL injections in 2026. Yep. Hey, Sudo. Did you see who found it and wrote it? Static, thank you. You're kind. I'm tired. OS Nexus Quantistator. Quantastor, everyone. It's Quantastor. Thanks, Static. You too. Very kind of you all. I mean, I'm in decent shape. I'm eating somewhat okay. I still convinced myself that 5 Fig Newtons last night at 10 o'clock in the evening was okay, but I'm doing okay. I have like something going on here in my elbow. But I'm working through it. It should be fine. OS Nexus Quantastor is vulnerable to unauthenticated SQL injection in the login form up to version 661. The behavior of injection depends on the stage of the software's initial setup. What is OS Nexus Quantastor? A software-defined storage platform designed to provide unified storage management across physical, virtual, and cloud environments. It enables organizations to deploy and manage block, file, and object storage through a centralized web-based interface supporting technologies such as ISCSI, NFS, SMB, fiber channel, aka Fibre channel, and S3 compatible object storage. Gawk Monkey. Sounds like a holiday. What sounds like a holiday? I mean, thanks, Philosopher Zero. Workout is a generous way to describe what I do. I'm not joking. I have fallen asleep doing sit-ups. In between sets, yeah, I've fallen asleep. Like 15 minutes later, as I'm drooling on the floor, I'm like, what the hell happened? Oh, Quanta Store sounds like a holiday. A Jet 2 holiday. In this case, that was a terrible British accent. If Pure was here, I would not hear the end of it. Quanta Store was deployed on physical hardware on-prem, usually a storage appliance inside the company's own network or data center. The admin would access it from the internal network through the Quanta Store web management interface after installation. That's where default password matters because it controls access to the storage management console and should be changed before the appliance is used for real storage workloads. Before the administrator changes the default password, an attacker has two paths. They can either log in with the publicly known default credentials, or they can inject SQL into the user field on the login page and bypass authentication with a payload like that's pretty classic. Is what Dashboard custom made. Wait a minute, am I missing something over here? What goes over here? I feel like I'm missing something. Gray Hatter, you'd have to walk me through it. Oh, that's Twitch Hack, Philosopher Zero. That's the game we made. It's a clicker, essentially. Virus Loaf with Loaf's billions of Virus Loaf. Radiant.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Madam Fabulous.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pure. Oh, I'm gonna virus Jess. Don't tell her. Wait, what's the command? Don't tell?
Don't tell Jess.
That's what I just typed. Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't have two T's. Thank you. Thank you, Static. Did I virus? No. All right, don't tell her. No one tell her. You can crawl into a cardboard box all you want, Pseudonym. I could still steal from you. I can still virus you. Yeah. Nori, it's not my birthday, Nori. How are you? So it's here, Philosopher Zero. You got to auth with your Twitch account. That way we can just keep it from people randomly trying to attack it. Muhammad Dev, how you doing? Gray Hatter, someone has a reversing tool in the Discord. Rep strength. Since the default credentials are already known, the stage has lower practical impact because the attacker already has an easy way in. After the administrator changes the default password, the same username field is the injection point, and the issue is still reachable before login. The difference is that the simple default credential path is gone, so the SQL injection becomes much more useful. Instead of only using it as login bypass, an attacker can use the different login error message as blind SQL injection to signal to infer database values one character at a time. The backend is using SQL. The payload uses SQL behavior with the load extension function to test the characters from the database value. For example, the attacker can test whether their first character is stored as admin and hash is 4. If the guess is right, the application returns one error message. If it's wrong, it returns a different error message. This final payload is also injected into the username field of the login page. That means that this is still a pre-authentication attack. The attacker does not need to already be logged in as admin. They do not need access to any internal admin-only page. The database values are not being viewed through the UI. They're being inferred indirectly based on how the login request responds to different SQL conditions. Final payload is shown. Wow. Mohammed, good. Good Saturday. Jonin Shinobi. Did I get that right? Is that an old NES game? Shinobi? No. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's wild. It still exists. I was way off. And all the kids are using bruh. B-R-U-H. Mohammed, you're fine. We're just digging into news articles, and then we're going to jump into, I don't know. We may try to do some reversing. Grey Hatter may try to walk us through some reversing, but I don't know how to do any. I don't do reversing. Don't do any reversing. I look at code and trying to figure it out. Before showing the two responses, it helps to explain what exactly the payload is checking. The payload is still being sent through the username field on the login page before authentication. It is not reading a full row through the admin UI. It's asking the database for one specific value, the password column from the first row in the users table. So all of this is to extract one character to check if the first character is 4. There's no delimiter being parsed here because the query is not returning a whole row as one long string. It directly selects the password column with the select password from user limit 1. A simplified version of the user table would look like this: name, password, role. The important part of the payload is this part, substring, select password from user limit 1. Shinobi was a spy in Japan, basically. Correct. Yeah, see, now I gotta look it up. Dirk Diggler shaming me. I don't think that's a Star Wars character, bruh. First off, what was the Nintendo game? Shinobi? Boom. Boom. I'll take your apology whenever you're ready. Shinobi is a 1987 hack and slash video game developed by and published by Sega for arcades and the Sega System 16 board. It wasn't NES. Yeah, bruh. Shinobi was the guy who made Bitcoin's brother. What? I mean, no, help me out with this. What, really? And Shinobi, NES. That's my reference. That's my reference. So Shinobi was reused. No, you're allowed to reference. No, you're allowed to reference. You're allowed to reference newer ones. That's fine. But this is from what I imagine this was probably based off of something else too. The name Shinobi. There you go. A ninja shinobi was a spy and infiltrator in pre-modern Japan. Okay, so Dirk Diggler, you're saying Shinobi was the guy who made Bitcoin's brother, which is a sentence I don't fully understand. I don't know how Bitcoin can make a brother. Or is it a brother? Shinobi Bitcoin. Shinobi is a contributor to Bitcoin magazine. Hot-headed crypto commentator Shinobi joins Bitcoin magazine. I'll tell you, bro. By the way, I've used my quota of bras for the stream. I think I'm gonna have to switch to bruv. Okay, so you guys, something about Bitcoin. Dude, you're fine. Take some more gummies. It's Saturday. You're fine. And it looks like it is a real person. This Shinobi guy is involved with Bitcoin somehow, so you're not off. But what I'm saying is, hear me out. They're referencing, Shinobi is referencing a game that was on the NES in the 80s. It's all about reference. It's all about framing. Like, those are my references. Yes, I do know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. But here's the thing. I can respect that. You see what I did? Like, my timeline is NES, but I just connected to yours. That's what's cool. We can sit down and break bread, or we can sit down and chit chat about our different perspectives. I could, like a majority of the internet, tell you you're wrong. And I'm right. Which I only have one stance on that, and that's NeoVim. NeoVim is an abomination, and I question anyone, and I question anyone who uses NeoVim. No, let me read that out loud because that's fantastic. No, yeah, I mean, Twitch just brought me in here. You're not even part of this Twitch in my timeline. NeoVim is an abomination, and I hate it because it stinks. Regardless of what is said on my T-shirt, chat makes me wear this T-shirt. I do not heart NeoVim. I heart despising NeoVim. Vim's fine. Vim, Emacs, Notepad, Notepad, totally fine. Mousepad, spectacular. NeoVim is awful, and I hate it because it stinks. Anything else? Any other questions about the text editor that shall not be named? Any other questions? Helix sounds good. Yeah. Brumbo, good to see you. How's it going? Absolutely not. Stop saying NeoVim. What's the matter with you? It's a running gag. I've been tricked. I've never used NeoVim. I've never used it willingly. I've been tricked into using it, and I had no idea I was using it. It's my only hot take, and much like many hot takes on the internet, they're ill-informed, which is why I chose it. I'll have to try it out one day. It won't be today. Once I use it and I become informed on it, then I may not hate it anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, what am I going to do then? What am I going to hate on then? Perhaps the Cleveland Browns? Can anyone tell me the heartbreaking news that I got as a Cleveland Browns fan this week? I could start hating on Linux. But you know what I mean? I don't hate Neo. I don't not like NeoVim. I'll try it one day. I just love the dynamic of hating on something that I've never used before. It's very liberating to just randomly call people wrong about liking NeoVim, even though I've never used it. Oh no, I'm Vim. I've never used any other. Nano. I'll use Nano. I'll use whatever. I don't care. The Browns have traded arguably the greatest defensive player in their team history, and arguably one of the greatest defensive players ever. We traded him. The Browns traded Myles Garrett. You started it. Who brought up the Browns? Jonan Shinobi, thank you for the follow. I've been waiting. How entertaining do I have to be? Not that you all find this interesting. I'm sorry. I'll get off it very quickly. The Cleveland Browns have traded two-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett to the Los Angeles Rams for two-time Pro Bowler pass rusher Jared Verse, who's I think he's pretty good. I think he's a pretty good guy. The of him hate to tip you and to follow, if that's what it takes. I won't subject you to this. Because I think a lot of my audience is UK. So this is American football. Anyways. It's shaping up to be another banner shit show of a year as a Cleveland Browns fan. I've been thinking about starting like a hate channel for the Cleveland Browns. When the guess is correct, the condition is true. And the test, guessing 4 produced the invalid character's response. When the guess is wrong, the condition is false, and in that case, the query reaches load extension 1, returns a different database error. The only thing changed here is the guess from 4 to 3, and that changed just down there, error 5. Those 2 different responses are the blind SQL injection. A correct guess returns 1 error, an incorrect guess returns another. Since the only thing changing between the requests is the character being tested, an attacker can repeat this process and recover the stored password hash 1 character at a time. A Cleveland Browns fan? I must live in Charlotte? There's a lot of Cleveland Browns fans in Charlotte. I don't understand why. He used to live in Charlotte forever ago, for 2 years. Mint Hill Township. There's a lot in Myrtle Beach. I think a lot of people from my area retire down there. Hilton Head, I don't know about that. Or anywhere you live, there's miserable Cleveland Browns fans. Okay. What do you say?
Nothing in this world that's worth having comes easy.
Tell him, Kelso. Yes. Yep. You're starting to roll through. You weren't specific about where exactly, and that's fine. We're going to be rolling through in July. We're going to head down for the annual family vacation the second week. In July. Yeah. No, the first week of July. So the 31st through the 9th. Yep. We're landlocked, man. We're landlocked here. Epistemic anarchist. While they even return an SQL error, not true, even truly blind, delay-based injection. Yeah, I can't wait. I love the first time rolling in and putting the windows down after we've been driving and smelling that ocean air. Oh God. It's so good. I thought we did tartar sauce. Did we do X?
I don't know where this night is going. Nobody can love me like you do. In the neon lights, our hearts be glowing.
Oh, Brumbo. We go to North Myrtle. We don't go to Myrtle with the tourist. We go to North Myrtle. Like there's a distinction. I think North Myrtle is a little more family friendly, but there is the dollhouse on the main strip through that we pass through like constantly. I think at one time my daughter asked if she could go to the dollhouse innocently. Let's check that out. Where is Chucktown, South Carolina?
I'm afraid you're gonna run away.
Excuse me. Wait, what am I looking at? Oh, Charleston. Got Chucktown. Got you. No, we've said that. Me and my wife said that. We'd like to do that one year. I've heard that about Charleston. It's very nice. Yep. Like, not that we've gone on a lot, but we would prefer like walking areas. Not just like strip mall or outlet store, that kind of shit. Mm-hmm. I've heard it's nice. Yep, good suggestion. Thank you. Panic Gamer, what's up? What you got going on today? You're gonna make me log in again.
Nothing in this world that's worth having comes easy.
Tell him, Kelso. Nothing much. Trying to get back into Hackbox Labs. Did you hear about the Instagram meta? Yeah, I pulled it up on. We went over a news article from who wrote it? Who is it? Krebs? Yeah. Didn't I change the yeah, that's what the stream title was meant to reference. I don't see a machine called X. Am I going crazy? You can you can decrypt passwords with your eyes. Must be a cool party trick. You can decrypt hashed browns with your mouth. Spectacular. Yeah. So it was a combination, as I understood it. They started in like the normal way to reset your password, and then once they got to a certain point, they switched to AI and just asked it to add a different email and then send the code to that email. Well, that's the art of conversation, Shinobi. You gotta walk them to it. I mean, why I gotta be a dumb blonde? Be a dumb brunette? I gotta trim this. Yeah, that's offensive. I could be a dumb blonde. I could be a dumb blonde. You don't even know it. I shaved my head. So, Dirk Diggler, I was afraid. I was afraid of this, but let's give it a chance. Don't be a dick. Whether you stick around here or you don't stick around here, don't be a dick. And all women are pretty much dumb, aren't dumb. Can you really call it a hack when you just ask their AI? That is the argument that I have when people say that their Instagram accounts got hacked, when they just click on a wrong link and then they provide their password, their username and their password on a fake form. Is that really hacking? I feel like it's more social engineering. Is that what you're doing to AI? You're socially engineering it? I don't know. Yeah, I feel like you're, on some level. Grey Hatter, we're specifically talking about the Meta. They socially engineered the Meta AI to add an account to add an email to an existing account and then send the password reset token to that new email address. Fallen, good morning. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, that's the Brumbo. That's the question. I don't know. Is it called? I don't know if you call it social engineering.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
It's AI hacking. I think it's its own thing. I don't know. Does social engineering generally involve a bit more skill? I mean, if is social engineering me going to the McDonald's drive-through, telling the person at the window that they screwed up my order yesterday and the manager just said come back today to get the cheeseburger that they forgot? I mean, is that very, you know what I mean? Does that involve a lot of skill? I don't think so. It's one sentence. Oh, I hear what you're saying, Grey Hatter. Yeah, the support hack. Yeah, the support hack with Meta. It's not hacking. It wasn't a failed feature. They just didn't add the security measures. I got you. Dirk Diggler. I don't know, man. I think the Lego story is pretty fascinating with all the craziness that is servicing. For sure, I think that's even more radical. Dirk, I got no idea what you're talking about. You got a link for me I can take a look at? Lego story sounds interesting. What is that? Send me a link, Dirk. You accidentally left a port wide open to the internet 3 days ago. Yeah, that happens. Someone found my timer exposed to the internet. Plain text login exposed to the world. It was open for a month. Yeah, that's a long time, man. John Hammond's new video of him reacting to the hacking scenes in movies and shows. No, I don't think I have seen that. We could take a look at that. Hey, typical married uncle. Good to see you. Brumbo. You think it's still hacking? Yep. I think we all can agree that it's taking advantage of something that wasn't properly secured. There are plenty of skitty tools that you can count as hacking when a hacker uses them, but don't count when a skitty uses them. You think just bad definitions. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, Kevin Mitnick, yeah. The Lego thing is hours of videos, the bricks and mini figs. Oh, typical married on. Come on, really? That's a shame. Why don't you ask for more money and start building stuff properly with security on it? Just a question. Tagora, thanks for weighing in. Hacking is just leveraging understanding to subvert systems to gain advantage towards some goal. The techniques and procedures vary. I could agree on that. Lego and bricks minifigs, reckless Ben YouTube scandal, broken containment cannot be ignored. Oh, those little those bricks that are like electronically enabled somehow. If they use any sort of AI bypass, then certainly that's hacking. I think it's straight up asked. Yeah, they did straight up ask. Using a VPN to spoof your location. Again, it's I hear what you're saying, but hey, by the way, I appreciate this this Discord back and forth talking about this, and I appreciate everyone being respectful. Thank you. I just don't know about the VPN. I feel like it's part of the technique. Everyone's going to have a different, I think everyone's going to have a different definition of how, like, based on your experience, how elaborate hacking has to be considered hacking. Thanks for the video. I'll grab it here.
The only way to learn is by playing. The only way to win is by learning, and the only way to begin is by beginning.
Begin. Fallen, thank you for the 3-stream streak. Tagora, I prefer the broader definition. Key components always involve leveraging understanding of systems and subverting systems in light of that understanding. Because you're trying to switch, married unk. Why care for 5% of the next job is going to give me 40% increment at least? Okay, because do you have that job yet? And you hate your manager. You both have a mutual disdain of each other. Oh my God. Thank you for reminding me, Tagora. X-Hack the Planet. Your definition certainly excludes pure use of AI because it doesn't leverage understanding of systems. What quote is that from, Fallen? Vibe OS. Have you seen this? I want to do a whole. I want to do a stream with this thing. Oh, Waterboy. Great. Good. Yep. Good one. You got to see the video on this. It's very entertaining. That's why I want to do it. I want to do a stream on it. Hey, look at that guy. Okay, this one's 11 minutes long. This is what I was watching. This one's only 7 minutes long. It's pretty interesting. Let's give it a check. Let's give it a try.
With recently, you know, we've moved from this world where humans write code into a world where AI writes code, and I know that that probably feels like quite a big deal to Mark and Scott, but for a true visionary like myself, I'm already thinking about where we're going next. And in fact, I'm already there. So I'm going to show you, and I need to introduce you to a completely new operating system that's going to change everything about how we work. So, introducing Vibe OS, okay? It's the world.
I think he's tongue-in-cheek here a little bit, but take this for what it's worth. If it does feel like a troll, but again, take it for what it's worth. Like, I genuinely think someone could be fooled into using this. Like, oh, hey, look at this awesome operating system. Just wait till you see what it can do.
First, completely hallucinated operating system.
Yeah, and he just said it. Sorry, I keep interrupting it.
So, introducing Vibe OS, okay? It's the world's first completely hallucinated operating system. All right, and I'm going to show it to you right now. So, firstly, it is a real operating system. I can boot it. It's a VHDX file here, about 1.3 gigabytes. Could probably make it smaller. I didn't bother. I could boot it on bare metal, but I'm not going to. Going to boot it in Hyper-V. And so you will see that boot up nice and fast. It's very efficient. And when that comes up, you'll see it's got a beautiful user interface that allows our user to be highly productive. Okay, so here we go. We're ready to get started with that. It's a bit.
I love how it has Microsoft XP, Windows XP vibes.
Hard to see there, so let's just switch to a full screen view. And we're going to start by running a few of the applications that are built in here. So we'll get some of the classics going. So we'll have Notepad, we'll have Calculator, we'll have Internet Explorer. And the thing that's unique here, the thing that you will never have seen before, is that in these applications, there is no code at all. Everything in all these applications is being hallucinated in real time by the AI. So there's no buttons, there's no event handlers, there's no logic to say what to do, but the application works. So if I do 5 divided by 3 and then equals, if I can find that, it's up there this time, it's 1.6. Okay, so it works, right? But I didn't write any code, and neither did AI. There's no AI written code either. It's just producing UI exclusively with nothing behind it. And we've got Internet Explorer here. Unlike the boring operating systems that you use today, this solves one of the big problems that people have, right? people are always wondering when they're on their internet, is it AI or not? But in VibeOS, you don't have that problem. There's no question to be answered because the answer is always yes. Everything is AI. So if I want to, I can
sorry,
go
Dave.
to, I don't know,
I'm
let's see
afraid
if
I
we can
can't
find
do
whether Scott Hanselman has a Wikipedia page, shall we? So I'm going to go to google.com here, and let's do a search for Hanselman Wikipedia, and we'll do a Google search there. And I don't need to remind you this, but all of the content you're seeing is completely hallucinated, right? So it's just coming directly out of the model, and the UI is being updated in real time as we go. And here's a beautiful picture of Scott Hanselman. I'm not sure about that one. All right, but it goes further, right? We're not limited to these built-in applications. We can search for any app that we want, and everyone always does like to do app demos. So anything that I search for, I'm going to find, and it will just be created for me on the fly, all right? So let's see what else we could find in here. Let's go for one of the classics, Encarta 98. Everyone loves that one, but it's all about Mark Russinovich. All right, and so we can get a fully customized version of Encarta 98 on whatever subject we're interested in. All right, so lots of facts and figures about Mark here. Let's see, selected facts. Russinovich has a talent for turning internals into folklore. Great, I assume that's true, I don't know. All right, and other applications that you would want, but normally it's too difficult to make, so like Commander.exe, but it's always rude to you. All right, so that's the sort of application that I think is a genius idea, but it's difficult to get someone to implement something like that. So let's see what we've got on this.
The system is ready to be passive aggressive. Type a command if you think it deserves one.
Machine here. And obviously, this is always different every time.
Your folder is empty in that specific suspicious way that suggests you named everything temp.
Okay, there's something suspicious. We can run bash in here. What's it got to say to us? Bash.
Not recognized as a command operator internal file. You have somehow offended both Unix and Windows at once.
You have somehow offended. Okay, fine.
That's hilarious.
You get the idea, right? This is a pretty revolutionary way to do computing because we don't need to write any code for any of our applications anymore. Are there any software you would like to try out within VibeOS? Anything you can think of?
Microsoft Money 95.
Money 95.
Yeah. Civilization peaked at Microsoft Money 95.
Money 95.
Oh, but Scott Hanselman has a lot of money.
Oh,
So before I get sidetracked, I want to mention, like, I think this is a terrible idea. I think it's hilarious, but I think it's a terrible idea.
but for
I love the thought process of it, though.
Yeah, you can say Scoot as well. That's totally fine.
all right. So let's see what Scott had in
Hansel
95.
Now, how could you think this is a good idea? I thought we were going to land somewhere and agree, Grey Hatter.
This is Scott's checking account.
What model is in the back
Oh,
end
dear.
of
It's been a tough month.
Where are the tacos?
There we
That
go.
is amazing.
All right.
Okay.
So
All right, I want to see paint with a drawing of Scott on it.
paint with a drawing of Scott.
I'm
All
an
right,
owl,
let's see.
though.
Let's
like
do paint,
Before your haircut.
but with pre-installed
Okay.
cancel.
And you've got, this is Copilot SDK that's doing this
This
chewing.
is using Copilot SD.
That's what's impressive about it. He made this shit with Copilot. That would be good. That would be good. With Windows and Ubuntu throwing AI into their OS are really far off from this. I think the two things that you're suggesting there, Fallen, are far off, but I understand what you mean. Like, they're baked in there. Like how soon are we to a fully hallucinated Windows experience? I kind of feel like we're there.
Okay, believe it or not, behind the scenes, I can show you a little bit about how it works if you want. So it says it's got a very normal picture of Scott Hanselman for some reason. I don't know what it means by very normal. Okay, there's a
I'm
normal
sorry,
picture of
Dave.
Scott Hanselman.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
That's my cage. That's the cage you keep me in. Okay. This is insane. Wow. Okay. Could it?
It sounds like my personal hell, but I can't think of a better OS for some people that you work with. Yeah, I like that idea for try hack me or hack the box. Dirk, have you ever do that Ghidra and reversing with AI Copilot they have for that? I'm not. I don't do reversing. Gray Hatter's trying to convince me to do that today, though. I don't know. Maybe give it a shot. I don't want to bore you all any more than I normally bore you. But I don't know. Maybe we do that. This is really funny, but that legit being AI generated, I didn't even know Copilot had an SDK. Yeah, Copilot has an SDK. I believe it. I don't. So there's free versions of Copilot. I keep getting my Copilot access renewed in GitHub. I didn't ask for it. They just keep reminding me every month, we renewed it for you. Please use it. I did not see that Pennant Gamer. That's hilarious. Oh, it can be true. I believe it. Yeah. Yeah. To keep them out of hot water? Legal hot water?
Have nested OSs. How many OSs deep can we go? Can you simulate like an Altair
Yeah,
8080 that's like a terminal emulator? So I need a
Yeah,
terminal
I believe
emulator
we could simulate a whole
that's
different
going and
operating
it's like
system.
shushing into a Altair.
Totally. So we can get iOS simulator in there. We can. What else could we have? We could have.
This may be the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Me too.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. All right. So what have we got? Oh, it's difficult to see on this screen size, but yes, we got a fully functional version.
Right, and I
of
love that
iOS
it
in
uses
there.
the appropriate Windows CE buttons that you are likely to see in an iPhone. Yeah, it's very legitimate. So, okay, so did he write this from scratch, or did he's vibing vibes?
My mind is blown by this.
I know. I told you it'd be fun.
Honestly, I'm still having a little trouble. His statement that there's no code behind this, I don't fully understand. Like, and maybe I haven't used image generation or enough recently, but when I was making things like image generation with ChatGPT, the big problem was keeping this stuff consistent. Like it would always, like every time you would make a change or ask it to change something about the image that you're editing, the whole image would change a little bit. So that's the first thing. I don't know how he's getting this stuff to stay consistent and lined up. I mean, it looks like a complete coded Microsoft XP rip, and there's no code behind it, which again is kind of like puzzling to me. The fact that it's hallucinating it on command is a little bit more believable than there's no code behind it. Is that me?
You have questions, please.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes.
Define hallucination.
I'm sorry, I can't
Define
quite-
hallucination. You call this a hallucinated operating system, right? It's hallucinating everything.
Are there sound people able to make the sound come this
Oh,
way?
sorry.
As well? 'Cause
Could
I really can't.
louder?
hear it.
Can you hear this?
Not really.
He says, define hallucination for you.
Define hallucination. Okay, so basically, all right, let me show you the code. All right, so behind the scenes, what we've got is inside our editor. Right, so what's happening here? I went through a few different ways to try and do this. First way I tried to do it was by just generating raw bitmap images using like stable diffusion, that kind of approach. And it was sort of able to produce images of the desktop operating system, but it was rubbish because it took ages. And when you click on it, all you can say is like, the user has clicked at these coordinates, and it doesn't really know how to update things. So then I switched over to generating a structured representation of a UI. I tried a few different versions of it. I made a custom DSL. I tried this thing called Qt, which is a native UI thing, and I could generate a DSL for that, but it didn't do a very good job.
What's DSL? I don't think that's it.
The thing that really suddenly was
Oh, Station, welcome back.
was when I switched it.
Boilerplate on
Dave.
runtime.
I'm afraid I can't do
Something
that.
was said in there, Gray Hatter. Image generation can now iterate on its previous images now. I'll have to try it again. Crap. You know what? I did. That's how I made the subscriber badges, actually. HTML output from Copilot. I can't see image generation being faster. That's what he's doing here. Domain specific language. Thanks, Dirk.
To just be plain HTML, because you know these models have seen so much HTML, they can make that up very, very easily. So what we're doing here is every one of these windows is a separate iframe, and when it pops open, each one of them creates a separate Copilot session within Copilot SDK, and it gives it instructions like this. So it's saying you're simulating this application UI.
Sorry, I want to read that. Sorry, I'm not reading it out loud. You supply the self-contained HTML.
So it's saying you're simulating this application UI. I want you to produce some HTML that represents it, and it advises the model to put IDs inside all of the elements. And then whenever the user clicks anything, all we do is we send a message back to the AI saying, the user has clicked an element.
Copilot on Copilot on Copilots. Copilot with Copilot agents and Copilot runs.
With ID R1 or whatever, now produce a diff that I can apply to the HTML. And so then the model produces the diff, we apply it, and the UI updates. And you get this kind of like fake statefulness because it's all happening within one
Fake statefulness.
Copilot session there. So yeah.
See, the irony here, and this is where Steve is very clever, is that he is using his AI augmented software engineering abilities and skills to create slop. And that's the genius.
It's
It's absolutely
It's brilliant.
brilliant. I love it. I am
intentional slop.
Intentional slop, but only one that an AI engineer could possibly do.
Yeah.
Do you think you could have done this?
Do I think what?
How long do you think this would take you to do? Yeah.
So this vibe coded thing.
Yeah.
How long would it have taken?
Yeah. A minute. It's a while. This is work.
Few hours.
Couple hours?
Yeah.
How long did this take you, sir?
I took a few evenings. So yeah, I played with a few different approaches.
Yeah. So
to get
total
this to
total
work.
time, you think? And you were probably multitasking while you did
Yeah,
it.
total time, maybe 5-6 hours or something like that.
5-6 hours. I would say this is 2 notches past vibes, heading towards AI augmented software engineering.
I agree. Yeah.
All right.
Hey, so Fallen, did you say that? Yeah. Think about that. These are Microsoft employees, engineers. We need to roll that back and Gray Hatter, are you okay? Sorry. They're not. Claude Anthropic released another article this past week about I don't know if it's going to be here or not. let's finish this off, and then I'll find it. We need to
Different approaches.
Yeah. So
to get this to
total
work.
time, you think? And you were probably multitasking while you did
Yeah,
it.
total time maybe 5 seconds.
agree, Grey Hatter. I agree with that. Yep.
I would say this is 2 notches past vibes, heading towards AI augmented software engineering.
2 notches past vibes, heading towards AI augmented software engineering.
The way you look into my eyes keeps me thinking things about us together. It wasn't easy to ignore.
So, to people like Grey Hatter, probably X-Hack the
I'm
Planet,
sorry, Dave.
probably other people
I'm
like
afraid
in
I
the chat,
can't do
like
that.
you may have seen this coming, but like this is all like brain wrinkling shit for me. You know what? I have it here actually because I want to look at it. I don't disagree with you, Grey Hatter. The press release for their IPO.
Knowing how much you care about me keeps me living questions if you feel the same. It wasn't easy to act like I don't care when you told me a girl asked you how. So just tell me, should I not cross the line? 'Cause I can't guess what you will say. Although I'm scared to lose a friendship, but this time let me try to change your mind. Maybe it's you. Yeah, I should have told you something I say. Can sound crazy, but got to love the way you smile at me. I wanna call you mine now. Nobody feels like this, it's always been you.
That's actually a good point. Everyone in the audience looked uncomfortable. I want to find this article because there's a gap that I'm trying to communicate to you all that to me seems like, oh my God, whereas you all may have seen it coming. How come I can't find it? Oh my God. Maybe it was in the crow's nest.
I agree. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. We're going to give you an award. We brought you an award. I'm going to get up, and we're bringing you this award.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. That was some amazing vibes. We are going to go to our sponsors right now, but shout out to Steve Sanderson for an amazing opener. Isn't that cool?
That was
Big
really
hand for
cool.
Steve, everybody.
Thank you.
All right.
It was 3D printed.
Sponsors, and We'll be right back.
Sorry, I want to find the article.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
There it is. Oh, it's not in their blog. It's from their institute. Sorry, it's from their institute when AI builds itself. This is where they say that they were at person interacting with a computer, interacting with a chatbot, interacting with an agent, with workers, interacting with Claude, and then doing that over and over again is what they feel is the next step. Sorry, I missed a bunch of messages there. It could be both for me, brain wriggling or smoothing. If you don't understand fundamentals of any technology, then using AI is not the way. I agree. If you know the basics, well, not fully. And this is the argument. This is the argument that some people have. I'm currently using it to help me understand some basics quicker than normal. If you know the basics and the fundamentals, you're just using AI to help you understand more complex topics. In my opinion, I think is fine. Oh, who you just said, yeah. Madam Fabulous. You guys, do you all like the new items I made? It's a cute toy. Dirk, I mean, AI is still crap at architecting software. Hot take. If it doesn't have a structure, it's just going to make crap and keep things dry. You definitely need to have an architecture in mind when you're building a system with AI. Otherwise, it just goes off the rails. Yeah. There's a streamer on Twitch, I'll not mention her name, that just said, you don't have to learn to code anymore. AI does it all for you. As a security person, I love hearing that. With mentality like that, we don't have to learn to paint, draw. There's things like image generation. You don't have to learn to drive. There's self-driving cars. Mentality of don't use your brain, which is pushing to be more like the movie Idiocracy. I agree. I've seen that movie, and I agree. I agree. I feel like we're hurtling towards that. It's really funny to spawn a separate agent for each iframe because that's the wrongest way to do that. I mean, the end result. I think they did it both as a joke and a look what I made that really looks like an actual product. Yeah, the execs calling it genius. Yeah. Yeah, but what are they calling it as genius for? I'm really interested, the guy on the right, because I've seen some of his videos before, what he was, why he was hailing it. Coronation of the king shit atop ass mountain. Scott Henselman, yeah. Thank you, Pinna Gamer. I found it. What will that look like in 10 years? If we look back and we were like, oh my God, that was such a waste of money. What will engineering computers look like then? Epistemic anarchist, like I said, as a security person, I love it. It builds a lot of stuff that doesn't have a lot of security baked in. It apparently has, and I haven't used it. Maybe I should run it on my vibe coded game. The security skill that's supposed to point out problems. Terminator 22 starts in 2029. If you use AI, you should be reviewing every line of code. I agree. Understanding it and crafting the end product yourself. I agree. But just like real engineers can use refactoring tools to generate code, I think they can use AI. Yeah. Are you learning the basics better, or is it that the AI is giving you an inflated sense of understanding that doesn't actually represent reality? Let me read that again.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Are you learning the basics
I'm afraid
better,
I can't
or
do that.
is it only that the AI is giving you an inflated sense of understanding? Like are you asking me, is it being sick? Is it being a sycophant and being like, oh yeah, you got it? Like I push back a lot on it. I have a skill that I'm using, where it asks me questions and to gauge my understanding, and then explains, and then I have it suggest hack the box modules, or like right now it's I'm reviewing an old pen test to do to get ready for it, and it's having me do Web Security Academy modules, or I'm reproducing the things in the command line for me to test. So it's a combination of it explaining things to me and then me doing things on my own to have an understanding of it. I would, you know what? I would love your Gray Hatter. I would love your opinion on it. Please, please use Copilot, please. Wait, are you saying you have a skill, or are you making fun of me for having a skill? MCUIT? Yeah, welcome back. Good to see you. Skull Hanselman, thank you. I'm really behind on chat. I'm sorry. Am I sure about that feeling? Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if I feel like I use it differently than most people. Like I give it something I don't understand. I've been running it through the skill. It asks me a few questions to calibrate, and then it tries to start explaining something to me. And then if I don't understand something, I says, no, this is too advanced. Like, explain to me X, explain to me Y, you know, that kind of thing. I mean, AI-based tooling is helping skilled security researchers find hundreds of codes and bugs. So not as simple as saying AI is less secure. So those are two different things. Epistemic, anarchist. The first is like people are using it to vibe code projects to put projects together. That's coding one way. But then there's like mythos or other forms of AI that are going through and finding bugs. So they're not running in parallel or at the same time, as I understand. The whole thing with AI, it glazes you. Yeah. But I push back on that glazing. Maybe I need to use it one time on stream. You have a skill, and why I agree everyone else's skill is buggy or broken. Your skill is perfect. So are you saying that you have a skill, or are you making fun of me for having a skill that I use? 10-year software engineering will be mostly how it looked for most people. Aqua, welcome back. Good to see you. 10-year software engineering will look mostly on how it's looked for most computer engineering history before LLMs craze. People doing work, LLMs can't magically be better at software engineering than the projects it's trained on. Most code bases aren't spectacularly designed or implemented. That's interesting. Does that mean that it's bringing everyone up to those project levels that have been created? Given what I know about AI text generation works, there's no skill or prompt that will remove the sycophancy baked into the model, which is why I push back at it. You're making fun of me. That's fine. Everyone who's willing to tolerate the bad output of AI without trying to verify if they can rely on it before they rely on it. Your next vibe code adventure is to have AI evaluate the top penny stocks for likelihood of one shooting in value and investing $10 in each stock in the top 100. I mean, if it gets you close, if you get one hit, don't you get your money back? What if using AI makes you feel good about something, but doesn't actually make you better than struggling over it would? I'm really behind on reading chat. I just caught up. How am I now? I am still struggling with it, though. I'm still struggling with it. It's just helping me move from sticking point to sticking point faster. So if you're new here, like this is what I'm talking about, like this Discord, like me and Grey Hatter we have different opinions. Even though Grey Hatter may have said, let's say that theirs is an opinion, but We have different opinions of how we feel AI is useful or not. June 2019.
We're not the type to play games. You can stake claims. Came to show the movement moving like a freight train, breaking walls and crumble earth with every step we take. We walking by with lash and your neck will break. Never let it stray, so say it wrong or set it straight. So coming at us with an awkward demeanor is leaving your life in the dead of face. So pedal straight. Avoid these shots, we send it all costs. Do they believe in
Linux only.
watching your body get hauled off? Simple as this, we giving the vibe of the revolution that we living within. Diminish the doubt of the haters that talk on the low because of this minuscule shit. The minute you vicious, the lack of a limit, we giving and giving the pivot perception. This a revolution.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
It's a revolution. It's a revolution.
Pin a gamer that's similar to what I'm using it for.
The haters that talk on the low because of this minuscule shit. The minute you vicious,
Now,
the pivot perception, we can flip the world and change.
here's the thing. Here's an argument. An argument would be that you could do that same thing by taking that error code and just searching Microsoft's documents for it. And I could do that same thing with errors that I get also. But I feel, and that's the problem, I'm moving faster and I'm learning more quicker. Gray Hatter, your opinion is that facts, words matter, injecting a bunch of random noise, where random noise is how Gen AI selects the next word into that makes the world worse than if that AI generated thing never existed. Fair enough.
It wasn't long when you were here by my side. Time just flies, and I can't say goodbye. When we were young, we wanted to define ourselves and be told if I can make it, it will be my mistake. So hold me close to you. If I don't make it through,
Cookies and Times, welcome back. How you been doing? Good to see you again.
oh, let me go with you.
I'm good, Cookies and Time.
Let me go with you. So let me go with you. So hold me close to
To where I think we have a few worries about AI as humanity. First, whether the value we've placed on human intellect is misplaced. And second, whether if we shift our values towards capability over intellect, that we'll somehow be lesser as a species as a result. That's fucking deep shit, man. Good morning, Tawny.
when I'm stuck. You're my guiding ray of light.
Gray Hatter. Let me ask you a question. Can you point to something technology? Can you point to some technology or some kind of improvement where people were pointing at it and saying that It's not good. It's not going to be any good. Or in fact, it's going to be bad for society. I feel like almost every kind of advancement or every kind of improvement has been pointed to as being bad. And I'm not saying that, like, I'm not saying that I disagree. I think there's portions of computers. I think there's definitely portions of the internet, portions of social media that has been bad. I often tell my kids about that, the fact that they're able to connect with anyone over these things to improve humans and, you know, to communicate, and we fuck with each other over social media over this. Okay. All I can say is okay. Yeah. I see your point of view. It still doesn't change the fact that I've made progress on learning more about SMB, Kerberos, you know, attacks and previous findings than I would have on my own digging through Kerberos documentation.
I'm sorry, Dave.
No,
I'm
just anything.
afraid
You
I
answered
can't
it.
do that.
You answered it. This is, can you point to something in the past where people have pointed? Can you point to something that people in the past have pointed to? Because words, where they say this is going to be bad. We shouldn't advance this. We should not be connecting all these computers together. And my point is that just like other people have pointed to that is similar to how you're pointing at AI. I'm not saying you're wrong. Again, I can appreciate what you're saying. Me sitting down and reading something doesn't help me understand it. I have to interact with the technology. I have to interact with it. Unless I'm understanding confidence wrong, if you look at my streams, you can't even look at my streams from years ago. And I've only been saving them to YouTube. If you look at some of the clips from when I first started doing this, like, I had trouble just putting together Nmap commands. I had trouble navigating an operating system. The fact that I went from that to where I am, it's not a confidence problem. If I interact with the technology long enough, it starts to make sense for me. I don't know if that's it. I've never been diagnosed as that's the problem. I'm not diagnosed. I haven't been diagnosed for any of that, so I can't tell you if that's my problem or not. I can tell you what I've learned about how I learn is I learn better asking questions, having someone answer them without me seeming I'm bothering them, and interacting with the technology. And so, like, see, like right now, like I don't understand what you mean about it's a confidence problem. Like, am I confident that if I just sit down to read something that I'm going to understand it? I would love to be able to sit down and read something one time and not have to go, what the fuck did I just read? Volk Nicked, welcome back. How you doing? I think we are going to do Jarvis, which I thought we already did. No. You're going to have to point that out, because I either forgot and I just needed to work with it a little bit more to remember that I realized that I remembered it. You're going to have to painfully watch me interact with it, whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to do the seasons box. You think the argument is lacking? You think the argument is lacking a bit from, if I ask it what music events are going on tonight and it finds some events for me, I didn't have prior knowledge of it. It's up to me to verify that it didn't hallucinate though. But I did have foundational prior knowledge to tell if the responses are reasonable. I think I have some of that. You know what, Grey Hatter, a good example may be reversing. Like I've done this much reversing. Do I understand it? I know it's code on the stream. Code on the screen. I know that code is doing writing to files. I know that, you know, but I don't think I could tell myself that I understand it. I'm not picking up on what you're saying there. I'm trying to figure it out. People are trash at reading comprehension because people like AI because it speaks in a way that's easier to read. It's worse in every other way than people. It's worse in every other way than how people feel about it after reading. You don't have the foundational knowledge about hacking or systems engineering. I say that, but I think you have more than some working security engineers, you know, but not enough to identify when an AI is lying. Well, again, I can appreciate what you're saying, and maybe feel is the right word. I feel like I'm making more progress than I have reading the docs. My entire life, whether that's good or bad, is going to be remain to be seen. And maybe you are, and I'm wrong. Wait, no, you say maybe I'm making progress. Maybe you're right, and I'm wrong. Yep. No, I got it. What's that?
Falling out of your atmosphere and letting go of the way things were. Pieces of me are still shattered.
I can appreciate that warning. I do. I'm concerned about it. Really, I am. But I feel like I'm making more progress with it. And I understand the problem with that. Feel. It's where I am right now. What's my other option? Go back to struggling reading the docs and reading Substacks or Stack Overflows that don't fully explain. Like, it's a problem. What do I do? Do I go back to that? It'd be nice if there was another option. This conversation boils down to, what are you worried about? Question. Are you worried about being able to get something done? Or are you worried about someone who doesn't have a bunch of deep knowledge in the topic being more capable as a result of using AI to assist them?
The only way to win is by learning, and the only way to begin is by beginning.
Tony, you got slipped by an AI about code you wrote yourself, pre-AI, in a very popular open source project. It insisted on what the thing could and couldn't do, made it run anyway. Response, wow, that worked. Yeah, I know, I wrote it. Right. If you know everything is a lie, you can make a fair decision. The problem is most people can't tell they're being lied to about how AI works. That's fair. A lot of people are worried about different things about AI. And with a technology that's transformative, it makes sense that people have all kinds of concerns, especially considering recent discourse. Yep. This is why we have code reviews, but we're relegating code reviews to the machines now as well. Yep. You feel like I don't care enough. I do. No, I do care. But let me tell you also what I care about, Grey Hatter. I care about the family that I have. I can't get us and get them to where we need to be dispatching trucks. I can't get them and me to where we need to be not making progress quickly. I can't get us to where we need to be working 2 jobs. I looked at it. I can't. This is a good conversation. My promise to you all, you've been watching, is that like I don't shy away from these conversations. Like, I can't get us to where we need to be. I can't see getting us to where we need to be, how soon we need to be, going back to just trying to figure out what the F the docs are saying to me. Dispatching trucks is going to be automated too. Yeah. Panic Gamer, thank you for the hydrate. Examine what I know, how much I believe you're able to understand something. Because I've seen you reading some guides that have said something wrong. You mentioned it doesn't make sense, but then did it anyways. The problem is that I'm in a position now where you're better than 10 to 20% of the guides you use. You can identify mistakes in the guides, but instead of saying like I do, what the fuck, this guide is stupid, is that you say or think I must be wrong and then follow the wrong instruction from the guide instead of thinking and doing it the way you want to do. It's really an unfortunate mix because to me it feels like the perfect position that would make you doubt what you know. If you're 10% right at a time, when the guide is wrong, it's really hard to figure out if there's any issue with self-confidence. I say this as a general observation, by the way, there's nothing specific I noticed today. That's because I haven't done anything besides read articles. I hear what you're saying about the write-ups, but I'm already like trying to understand. I'm already going to a write-up because I don't understand how to do something. So it's easy for me to look at it and say, okay, well, I guess we need a specific example. Shit post Saturday. Look at my bald head. My ears are on fire. Well, let's give it a try. Let's fire up another machine and see how far off I am. Or I just need to push through it. Jarvis. Why are these headphones so much louder?
I'm
They're
sorry,
little
Dave.
shit
I'm afraid I can't do that.
earbuds. Maybe it's because of the open backs. That's fine. Hey, let's, like I said, like Brumbo said, let's get it on. Like, I could show you the exact space because it'll happen. All right, I need a Jarvis. Monks. Monks. New. Yes, Jarvis. Shabala, how you doing there? Good to see you again. AI subs? I just have Claude right now. Tawny, I don't know how much you follow. And I already got a little irritated. I already got mad talking about it. We traded the 2-time defensive player of the year away. $10,160. Yeah. No, he's good. I've seen tape. He's good. As a Browns fan, I hope. I've seen this before. Okay.
I've never seen so many people ain't believing themselves. You only got one life, time to make it right. Somewhere far away.
Should have a new one here. Jarvis.
Like a scene from a movie. Let's make it juicy. Like a scene from a movie. Let's make it juicy. Like a scene from a movie. Let's make it juicy.
strategy 25 years in the making.
Man, that is so juicy.
All right, that's all I need from you.
Incredibly juicy.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
We're halfway through. We're halfway through the 50 years prior to them winning a league championship. We're going to run and map on all the ports for Jarvis. We're talking about American football. They had a parade around the stadium for their perfect 0-16 season. Three ports, 22 for SSH, 80 for our website, and 64999. 64999.
I've been right here for a long time. I've seen your dreams in the night sky. You know I want you to be mine. But you make it that easy. You're not the type to fall in deep. You know that really want me. We're on our own, take a risk now. Just let it go and don't fall down. I hope you know that my heart is yours. Never let go. Stars I fell. Let the beauty in your eyes well. With the picture I've got in my
I don't see anything special about 64999 other than it's the one port before 65,000. Let's try to get versions on it.
Just stay. You're like a song stuck on replay. Your smile is always in my way. I know you know that you need me. It's not a secret that we keep. So just
Wait a sec, you're better than that.
see me.
Vim is your ex editor.
Risk now. Just
Space Emacs. Is that a thing? MSEC, how you doing? Right, I'm creating it. Nmap ports. Wait, you were using Luna. Wait. MSEC, you were using Luna. You were playing Assassin's Creed. You said it was great. What happened?
The only way to learn is by playing.
I base all my
The only way to win
decisions
is by learning, and the only way to begin is by
off of
beginning.
what chat says, especially trusted members of chat. Doom as in rip and tear? Wait a minute. Andrew, how you doing? Welcome back. What do you mean they're getting rid of all third-party games? That's like everything. Does Amazon make games? Yeah, am I off? What am I? I mean, I know I'm off. Name one. What do they call them? AAA games that Amazon Studios makes. Stop it. Stop it. No one plays New World. Stop it. Really? Yeah. I'm planning on taking it soon. Yes. When? I can't tell you. I'd like to take it in the next couple months. Amazing Amazon amusements? Yes. Name another one. Any major studio has more than one good game. We have SSH open. It just looks like a standard SSH. Apache HTTPD 2425. We can check that. And then on 6449, we have Apache HTTPD again. Looks like we have the title of Stark Hotel. Did we get a server name? Oh my God, are you calling the Theobot Theodos? Right, but Amazon Luna saying they're getting rid of all third-party games. What's left to play? I mean, you can't even play Bejeweled. I'll take it, Brumbo. I'll take it. Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. I was just considering Luna. We don't have a... Server? We don't have a domain. We don't have a domain. All right, let's check out the website. Could that be it? What's the for domain resolution? Dig? Does dig need at? Looks like it needs at 10, 129, 10, 160. Connection refused. 129, 10, 160. 10, 160. Connection refused. How do I figure out if that's connected to? I feel like I should have something command line to do. I mean, I could test it by right. So if I add that and it resolves, then I'm correct. Sudo vim, let's see, hosts, super secret password. Actually, that's not going to do it. This will just make it resolve. That's not what I'm going for. I want to know the domain. How do I find the domain at an IP address? NS lookup. It wasn't. Actually, what? $IP? Can't find the server. Server can't find 160. Oh. Wait, what? That's right, it's backwards. It's reverse. Oh, I can't? Oh. Man. Not even with dig. Dog. Oh, I can't do reverse DNS for that. Okay. Well, what about dig? Does dig give me it? That doesn't look like dig gives me it either. Okay, that's fine. So it's resolving. I don't have a domain yet. I do have a website. I'm not familiar enough. Is Apache vulnerable in any way? One and a half hours may be a stretch, Tawny.
I was going to give it about 4 hours today.
Oh my god. Possibly though. What is that? That's 3 o'clock. I just got to check on Mrs. Theo. I don't think we have anything going on. Is that when you're gonna? What happened to my voice all of a sudden? Is that when you're gonna be available? Epistemic anarchist. Did HTB give you a DNS to use? If not, there's not a domain for the website, just an IP. No, sometimes I sometimes I get the domain from the Nmap. And HTB Hackbox doesn't give you a domain, they just give you the IP address. You just need a local name with a reverse lookup enabled. New reverse DNS. You just need a local name server with reverse lookup enabled. Oh, okay, on their end.
I'm heading down a dark road. Now that I've lost this, now I'm in pieces. I swear I'd never see you go. Thought it was real when you said forever. And baby, I tried to.
Apache 2.4 vulnerabilities. Double free impossible RCE on early reset. This is an older box. I don't think it's going to be something new. That's kind of like outside the scope of what I should assume. Yeah, that's true though. It may work. It may still work. Bartholomew? Took me right back where I was.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Thanks, Brumbo. Striga.
There's no clear sign now. It's just a ghost town. You made the city feel like home. Now I don't hear a sound. The silence speaks loud.
Okay. Here it is. I've got no idea what a double free is. So before I can even start looking at the article, I have to understand what double free is. A double free in C, technically speaking, leads to an undefined behavior. It's when you're free, already freed memory. This means the program can behave completely arbitrarily and all bets are off about what happens. It's certainly a bad thing about to happen. In practice, double freeing a block of memory will corrupt the state of the memory manager. Oh, so double free is an action. Double freeing a block of memory will corrupt the state of the memory manager, which might cause existing blocks of memory to get corrupt or future allocations and fail in bizarre ways. Double freeze can happen in all sorts of cases. A fairly common one is when multiple different objects all have pointers to one another and start getting cleaned up by calls to free. When this happens, you might free the same pointer multiple times when cleaning up objects. Okay. Well, I kind of understand it, but I don't know how that relates to no, like, I mean, I understand the words. I guess I don't understand even what a freeing a block of memory is. Erasing it? Zaki. Thanks for the follow. How you doing today? So I define the variable A as equal to B. It's defined. But now I take that A and I undefine it, which means nothing lives there. That is freeing it. Even though I don't understand what you could do. Do you just set A equal to nothing? So, like I said, I understand the premise of freeing it, but in my head, I'm searching for a way to do it at the command line to better understand it.
Just cruising down the interstate. We could go wherever as long
Okay, now we're going from allocating and deallocating to init and deinit.
they say I'm crazy. I lost my mind.
Initialize and deinitialize.
Packing my life up, leaving
No.
with you, babe.
Free A. Constant A equals malloc. Sorry, I don't know what that means.
I'm gonna follow whatever you do.
Allocate. Allocate memory. Memory allocate. Later, free A.
One hand on the wheel, your other hand in mine. A feeling nothing can replace.
Kernel. Are we still talking about declaring variables?
Let's get
Were we ever talking about declaring variables? That's what I was trying to compare it to understand it.
packing our lives up, leaving behind. But for you, baby, I give my life. So let's up
Let you have multiple pointers in that space in memory, since the manager thinks it's free.
down the highway. We could be running away, but on the stop signs, just living a good life. Red light, I wanna kiss you at every red light. You know we could go wherever you like. So baby, let's get lost in all of those headlights.
Basically, let you have multiple pointers to that space in memory, since the manager thinks it's free.
Red light, I wanna kiss you at every red light.
Epistemic anarchist. Am I interested in exploit development? Not really. I'm not. Yeah. If not, you really don't need to understand it. Writing your own exploits, even understanding existing one, is a fair way beyond OSC scope. What are you talking about? Double free? I don't think you're on the same page. I could be wrong. I don't think you're on the same page. I'm trying to understand a double free because there may be something for me to exploit within this version of Apache. That's what I'm trying to understand double free for. Like if the counter for freed space is like 0 or 1, making it double free makes it -1. So in allocating, that goes up to 0. Kernel, like the OS kernel, the thing that's in charge of giving out memory or disk space or CPU time or everything else, or everything. Then again, the one where both pointers point to it. I don't know if that makes sense. Very simplified example. No, like, I understand what you're saying. But for me to try to understand it, I don't know enough about kernel to tie that to anything. If we're just talking about, like, that's what I was trying to relate it to declaring. I don't know anything about a kernel other than it exists on the Linux system and I update it. So how could I say that I understand kernel like the OS kernel? Okay, I mean, if you just boil it down to that, yeah, sure, I understand it. The OS kernel is in charge of giving out memory or disk space or CPU time. Okay, I understand that. Hey, Seb, man. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm trying to understand double free. Good, Pure. How you doing? Based on what I understand about double free from chat, and I appreciate that, I'm going to attempt to read the article and understand the CVE or how to use it. That's my point. So here's my point. I don't know what double free means. I see it at the beginning of the article. I'm trying to understand the article, but I can't get past the first fucking sentence because something doesn't make sense. And again, I'm not cussing and getting irritated at you all. I'm irritated about how my brain works. So let me read the whole thing.
All your secrets, they'll be safe with me. You can tell me all your secrets, they'll be safe with me. All your secrets, they'll be safe with me. All your secrets, they'll be safe with me.
Nothing in this world that's worth having comes easy.
I understand what you all are saying. I do. but I've never encountered double. I think I've heard of it one time, and I never stopped to understand it. And I assumed that if the article was leading with it, that it's something that I needed to understand more. That's why I tried to look at it up real quick. That happens to me almost every time I'm trying to figure out a box. So let me keep reading, try to see if I can make sense of what this does, and if they provide an exploit somehow. No, I didn't say I couldn't figure it out. I just said I understand. I don't fully understand the kernel. I didn't know that the kernel allocated So I feel like they're saying that this technique with one TCP connection and 2 frames is enough to crash a worker. With a bit more work, the same primitive lands shellcode. Which is, I'm assuming, is shellcode on the system it's running on. I feel like I need to know, or needed to know, because it referenced it. If I run into too many terms that I don't understand, nothing goes in. I gotta go to the bathroom. Yeah, maybe that's the problem. That helps. MSEC. Thanks. Okay. Epistemic anarchist. Gotcha.
I'm a bad bitch, baby, I'm a savage. Working on the weekend, got me thinking that I got standards, baby, could you manage? I'm not your average, ask me again. Ask me again, could I love you again? Would you tell me if you want this again? Ask me again, I don't know where we stand. Would you tell me if it's really the
I've been working so hard to build. Will I fight or will I flight just to take another bite? Setting fire to my mind. If I lose, I'm watching me through a haze. That can't be me, afraid. If I use, know that it isn't your fault. I can choose to be when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down.
I appreciate the command, but I know I'm looking at HTTP, HTML. I mean, but I don't know what to pull up. Is it coming back as this is? This is all HTTP2, and that makes it not eligible for the CVE. So I appreciate the command, but I don't know what I don't understand what I'm looking at.
Missing every single fight, taking time to get it right. Man, I don't wanna let you down. Not your responsibility, protecting my fragility. I'm working on this. Trust me. If I lose, I'm watching me through a haze. That can't be me, afraid. If I use, know that it isn't your fault. I can choose to be when the sun goes down.
Well, I'm in here. I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for HTTP 1 or HTTP 2. Does it explicitly tell me? It's HTTP 1. If that's HTTP 1. And it needs HTTP 2. So I can't use it. So it won't work. I can try to use it, but it won't work. Okay. All right, give me a second. I need a quick break to go to the bathroom.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
I made a snack. He's taking a shit. I said I had to take a break. Oh, I did say I had to go to the bathroom. If your bathroom doesn't have banana snacks, you're doing it wrong. How about that? I don't know. Keep alive. If there's something there, I don't see it. Miss Tess? Oh my God, Tawny, were you abusing TTS? I don't know what Claw AI is. Oh, Iron Web Application Firewall. That's a version, and that's a thing. .203. No, what's claw.ai going to give me? I don't have a banana and peanut butter waffle. Whiff that waff. What are you doing here? Yeah, if you're talking about OpenClaw, no thanks.
Life is a journey and a struggle, but when you worry, all the trouble is double. Stand firm in a earth, 'cause this too shall pass. A smile always lasts.
Am I on Google or am I on?
If there's any cats in the hallway, you better get to stepping.
Well, I bet if I do exploit, there it is. Or no. I mean, so what am I trying to do with a web application firewall? Bypass? No, exploit. There's not, am I, really a space or no? That's what it is. I had a space in there. That's probably exactly what you got, Jarvis.
I'm so faded, dimmed by your aura. I'm practically naked, empty, degraded. Every inch of skin feels like it's tainted. Feels like I'm drowning in here. In your atmosphere, I disappear. I'm drowning in here. In your atmosphere,
Theo 2820 is just a simple creature. Nice. Picked a spot. Moving on.
I'm mistaken. Gravity's left me and I let you take it. I'm too complacent. into your orbit and embraced it. Feels like I'm drowning in here. In your atmosphere, I disappear. I'm drowning in here.
My Google Foo, it seems to be whiffing.
Starlight fell through my fingers, shaking while embers of euphoria still linger.
Okie dokie artichoke. Maybe just go back to Iron Waff and just go to their website. Maybe this isn't even a path. XA. What's up? Yeah, Theobot has no context. Let's dig around on the website a little bit more. Like, sign in.
I'm heading down a dark road. Now
We came, we saw, we kicked its ass.
I'm in pieces.
Maybe we should
I swear I never seen
run
thought it
website enumeration on it.
you said forever old. And baby, I tried to put up a fight. But my heart always ends up back on my sleeve. Made me feel brand new. Believed you when you told me that you'd never leave me. But
Nope. Hold on.
Which way I should turn. There's no clear sign now. It's just a ghost town. You made this city feel like home. Now I don't hear a sound. The silence speaks loud. And now I feel like I can't breathe. You're missing parts of me. I didn't know I had before I ever knew you. I'm falling to pieces.
I want to just get $200s or what? Redirects? 200 or 302s. MC 200 302. Fabulous.
Are you doing alright? You're breaking inside, you're getting harder to find. Hey, is the clock running out for me to come to your house? I will make it in time. But I don't wanna wait any longer for you. I'm feeling my heart break when I hear all the things you've been through. So if you need me, I'll be there. I know you're probably in Times Square, but I'll find my way back to you. If it's everything I gotta do. Where you hiding, where you hiding, where you hiding now? I need to find you, need to find you, need to find you now. I know you're breaking, know you're breaking, know you're breaking down. So let me guide you so you never drown.
I'm gonna love you if it's all I ever do. I'm gonna love you if it's all I gotta lose. 'Cause you're my everything. No, I'm not usually blind by things like love, but you're my everything.
So let me love you endlessly. Are you out of my reach? Are you just gonna leave? If I give everything, I'm willing to take the risk. No, I'm not gonna quit. Are you in it with me? But I don't wanna wait any longer for you.
I'm feeling my heart break when I hear all the things you've been through. So if you need me, I'll be there. I know you're probably in Times Square, but I'll find my way back to you.
If it's everything I gotta do. Where you hiding, where you hiding, where you hiding now? I need to find you, need to find you, need to find you now. I know you're breaking, know you're breaking, know you're breaking down. So let me guide you so you never drown. I'm gonna love you if it's all I ever do. I'm gonna love you if it's all I gotta lose. 'Cause you're my everything. No, I'm not usually blind by things like love.
All right, we know now it's PHP and it's running MySQL.
So let me love you endlessly.
Config. Wait. Changelog is PHP admin. Sorry. Where'd we go? Oh, shit. Okay. Olavastoros. Thank you for the reminder. Possible to bypass. Allow no password. See PMASA 2017-08. Thanks. Yeah, that's SMB. Volknik SMB. So use NXC. Try using NXC. Yep. Anonymous. See if you can get anonymous access to list the shares. Listen to Brumbo. Just now. You just realized that? Welcome to the channel. I thought you've been here before. The first step is admitting.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Olivostros, cool. You're accepted. A volunteer for local B-Sides conference. Excellent to hear. Make connections. Do some professional relationship building. Frank the Tank. Welcome back, Frank. How's it going? What you been up to? Studying. Just studying for OSCP still. Scott. CVE 18264. I believe work well, which is all the more reason I want to take it and pass it. Sorry, Fallen. They're doing a bunch of, they're reaching out to people. I mean, there's still a chance. But Fallen, you're not in the States, are you? I'm not sure if they're... Yeah, there's no... Yeah. Might as well take a shot if it says remote. But yeah, I don't think they're doing international. Good for you, Alvastros.
Said let's take it slow. Hearts that's another tone, and I hate getting vulnerable, but you can have my whole soul. And we're not holding back.
I think I did it. Okay. Logging without a password is forbidden by configuration. See, no allow password. Change log. License. README. All right, Frank, enjoy dinner. Good to see you. Sorry. Jarvis. Tracelab CTF. I've heard of it, never done it.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Hi, Min. How you doing? What do I think of AI business plus domain expertise? Have you heard of Vibe OS? Ah, that's right. I've heard of Trace Labs. Yes. Loki Abu. Well, thank you for the raid. Have you been drinking water? Welcome, Raiders. Good. Good to hear you drinking water. Hot dog flavored, of course. You're talking about AI and domain expertise. A domain expert created an operating system that hallucinates everything, including its state, including the applications it spins up on the fly. I think that's directly related to what you're talking about. I've seen experts create some pretty cool, pretty neat things. I don't know how useful they are just yet. But I don't know. I'm not a domain expert, so I can't answer your question, I don't think. No, nothing like OpenClaw and a GPT agent. It hallucinates an operating system. Look it up. Look, we just watched it here. VibeOS, YouTube. Because they're going to have to hire less employees. That's what they're going to do. All of Ostros, they're hoping it will make things cheaper, and they'll be able to hire less employees, in my opinion. Yeah, that's the Microsoft demo. We watched it earlier on MSEC. It's a vibe, all right. It's a mind vibe. I want to hear that song again with headphones this time. Smart. Smart to do.
Nothing in this world that's worth having.
It would hallucinate the fix. Watch the video, it's pretty funny. Thank you for shouting out Kaboo. Abu. My God. License readme doc. There's a doc. What's 301? 302 is redirect. What's 301? Oh. What's this? No, thank you. dock examples. It's not it. Authenticate a remote code execution. That won't help. That's an amazing way to describe VibeOS. It's like a carnival if it was inside a latrine after a milk gallon chug contest.
With our hands in the air, we'll be higher, flying.
Connie's back. Oh, hey, we're at the top of the hour. What do you want to talk about, Tawny? I would love to find a password for a foothold.
promise to you, my friend. I'll be there for you till the end of time, by your
What is this?
It never happened to me.
Get hidden inputs. Search in database.
And now no longer I'm free. I am not free to be who I want to be. Can somebody come and rescue me? I am not free to be who I want to be. Can somebody rescue me?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what did you want to talk about? I'll pull up a do we have a Twitch voice?
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
That's right. The bill of materials. Software bill of materials and the AI. Isn't that AI bill of materials? How do I add people to this? Wait, is that you? See, that's why I don't keep it enabled, because I can't see the full name.
Can somebody come and rescue me? I am not afraid to be who I want to be. Can somebody
Oh, I'm going to pull you in. I don't want to keep it an open. How about now?
Hello, can you hear me?
There we go. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Oh, you were there and then you're muted again.
Okay, I was putting Twitch on chat only mode so I can try to look at chat still.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, very cool. Thank you for. So Tawny suggested, not suggested, someone was talking previously. It was like a stream from a couple weeks ago. We were talking about bill of materials, and we had talked briefly about software bill of materials at one time. And then was it AI? I think I don't remember where it come from. If it was a news article or something, but someone had mentioned, I think, AI bill of materials or something similar. So that's what we were kind of chatting about.
Yeah. So what? It probably makes sense to start from the beginning. Like what is
like what is a software bill of materials, and then like once you understand that, then that perhaps serves as the foundation for what people are thinking of for AI bill of materials.
Okay.
So the problem comes from when you build or compile a system, you actually end up losing a little bit of fidelity in terms of what's in the program, because the compiler actually, as it uses the information, it doesn't need all the information to carry forward, so it ends up dropping whatever it doesn't need in order to run. So of course, and it doesn't also have a good understanding of everything that's being passed in regards to where it initially came from. Like, did it come from some Stack Overflow thing? Did you pull it from GitHub? It just sees a set of inputs and then transforms them into a set of outputs. So the software bill of materials was it's actually started off with licensing. Licensing was actually the initial concern people had. Like, the people, when you bring in a piece of software, are you bringing in something that's GPL that you intend to sell as a closed source product? Because if you do, then that's probably going to be a violation unless you've reached out to the creator of all of the code and got an exception from them. So
what was that? GTL?
Yeah. GPL, GNU public license.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So think of like all the copyleft stuff that says like if you change something and distribute it, you have to distribute the source code as well. You can't just ship closed binaries.
Okay.
So companies, so initially started with licensing. Companies were concerned that they were in violation of licensing, so they ended up creating these systems or some initial prototypes in order to deal with the licensing issues. But it turns out that it also has excellent properties for trying to work out where software vulnerabilities are. And so the US government, about 10 years later, through the NTIA, because that was a neutral space, which was the transportation department. So the transportation department decided, they decided to work on software bill of materials there, and they created the minimum elements. But the minimum elements were very minimal. They do not require things like caching. So it was just like, here's a list of things that I claim are in my piece of software. Over time, we ended up building out, we as in the community at large. Actually, can you still hear me? I want to make sure we're still good.
Yep, we can still hear you, no problem.
Okay, cool, because I'm switching networks while we're talking, so hopefully it still goes.
Okay.
So what happened here was the people started to try to build these things in, but they tried to build them in as like scanners. So you can go get things like SIFT, or I think Gripe is another one. And what it does is it scans your binaries and scans your source code, and it tries to put together a list of everything that says like, this is what's within the program. These are the these are where the inputs come from. There's still a gap here, because the gap is that when you compile something, depending on how you configure the system, like what flags you enable or disable, or what features you enable or disable, you don't know exactly, unless you know what those flags are and you follow them. You don't always know exactly what's within the build still, but you're still much better in regards to the overall dependencies that you have these within your environment. So this is all static though. This is like, as I'm building the system, or as I have a binary and I scan it, this is what I observed. And it creates that static list that you can then send to a customer, put into your own system. And Google created a thing called OSV, osv.dev. It's a website you can go to, and you can actually pass in software bill of materials, and it will then try to work out whether or not there's a known vulnerability based upon public data sets.
Oh.
So this is all stuff that is like still developing. It's moved along quite far. The space is much more complex than how I described it, but that's like the foundation, is that we now have these tools that help us determine the dependencies. They're not 100% accurate, but they're better than what we had before. And there's also one caveat, which is people don't know, many people do not know that the source, if you build it from source, you have much higher accuracy than if you're scanning a binary. And it ends up mattering because you end up missing dependencies if you're only scanning the binary, unless the compiler included metadata about what was built into it, which most languages don't do, but Golang does. So Golang, you're in good shape. But if you're doing like C or C++, or I'm not sure about Rust, but if you don't have that information embedded somewhere, then the binary version, you're relying on heuristics to try to work it out. And so that's so on the software bill of materials, that's where we are. Does that part make sense? Are there any questions there, either from you or the chat itself?
I think I get that. And if chat has any questions about that, go and just pop them in now. I guess I should have started with that. That way they could have asked as they were going, but.
Cool. So what ended up happening with this is that here's the first observation. Software bill of materials is a static thing. So if I give you a software bill of materials, generally it doesn't include CVEs. And you could put a list of known CVEs as of this timestamp. But anything that's newer, of course, you need to go and do a search and find it. So there's a static versus dynamic property that the SBOM and the things that is listed in there become keys into databases that have this dynamic live information. So that's the first hint towards like what happened with AI bill of materials, is the observation of that. Now, what goes into an AI bill of materials is still being developed. There's still not a strong consensus as to where to draw the lines. And so, one option is you look at the model, and you put that you have a model.
I'm sorry,
and the question then the first question is, well, this model has like a training set. Should you list the data set within the AI bill of materials? That's probably going to be a different answer depending on the team, but that's the first one, is to have that in there. And that becomes important because let's say you're doing something like healthcare or you're doing like banking, and you're using a piece of data that, let's say next month, one of the jurisdictions that you're doing business in, the government there says, this piece of data here is no longer allowed to be used because it becomes a proxy for, we believe it's a proxy for segregation, or ends up with a negative outcome that they don't want. So they literally put it in and say, this is now no longer allowed to be used. If you don't know what data sets go into your models, then you don't know which models you need to retrain. So that's the first one, is to keep track of the data and where they go. The second one is that the models themselves become the inputs for other models. You might fine-tune a model and create a new version that has a different set of characteristics. So now you have to keep track of that derivative and like which model fed into which one. So that's the second thing that they're trying to capture. Some of the AI bombs are also trying to capture the hyperparameters, but not because they're trying to satisfy vulnerabilities or similar, but because sometimes the hyperparameters matter when you're deploying something. So some groups are starting to look at this as oh, I can build an operational information into the system that describes how this thing should be run. The moment that you incorporate hyperparameters, then that opens up the door for, well, maybe we should describe what hardware the system runs on, and we should describe what versions, what operational software we need. Like maybe you need PyTorch on it, so you're shipping the model, but you're not shipping PyTorch. You're relying on the on-premise PyTorch rather than incorporating it with your shipment or with your package.
Okay.
So people are starting to look at these as more than just where did the model come from, and tying vulnerabilities or defects or limitations to them, but are starting to look at them from an operational perspective of I have this model. It's a set of weights and some code and how those weights are put together. But I also need to know something about the kind of environment it runs on. So that is actually the stance that was taken by the G7. So there's like multiple companies or countries rather that got together. I know for sure the United States, Germany, there's some other EU ones in there. I'm not sure exactly which ones. Japan, and ended up getting together and putting together guidance on what they would like as a harmonized AI bill of materials. And that AI bill, now how this ends up playing into regulations, we don't know how it's going to play out just yet, because that's still forming. Like, will the EU AI Act end up pointing at this particular one and saying within the bylaws and saying, this is the minimum set of things that we need based upon this document that was harmonized across these countries. Same goes with the United States. Same goes with Japan and similar. So they're all looking at ways to try to work out how to define the risk. And that's ultimately what it comes down to. Is it's not purely cybersecurity risk that they're looking at, but they're looking at legal risks, financial risks. What about bias? If you have a bill of material that allows you to link these other kinds of risks to it, then when you deliver to a customer or you operationalize the system and you put out information saying that, hey, the system uses AI to perform this task, then ideally it gives the downstream consumers and stakeholders enough information that they can then formulate information about that they can formulate a opinion on the risk and whether they want to accept or mitigate something or reject the risk.
Who benefits the most from? Well, I guess not benefits the most, but who benefits from it's like software bill of materials like this?
Well, the software one is I believe, is relatively the benefits are relatively well established in that if you're running a major piece of infrastructure, then some form of software bill of materials will help you work out your cybersecurity risk management system. As in, you want to have every vendor that you're working with, if they're giving you complete and accurate SBOMs, and then if they're correlating their vulnerabilities and bugs, not every bug is a security vulnerability. But if they're correlating that information to software bill of materials, then that means that if you're part of the CISO's team or you're part of the InfoSec group and you have to make a determination, a new patch comes out, you have to ask the question, do I need to deploy this? Do I need to patch things quickly? That actually opens another gap as well, because I'll give you an example. There was a bug in curl and the CVE was pretty high. I think it was like a 9.8 or something similar. I mean, I get the number wrong, but it's very high.
In curl?
Yeah, a while back. This is like 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
Maybe a bit longer. And if I recall properly, I have to double check the details, but if I recall, if you use something, there's a protocol that's called secure TFTP, which is TFTP wrapped within TLS and or some other encryption framework, and connects using public certificates, like using PKI. The bug was that there are certain things you could pass in that would cause it to leak key material. And so it was a very huge CVE, like it was a major CVE, but it only affected you if you used secure TFTP. So
if you used what?
Secure TFTP. So if you're using STFTP, then you needed a patch. So 99.99% of people out there do not use that particular feature. So the question is, do you need to patch this? Let's say it's like a 9.8. Do you need to patch that thing today? The answer is probably not. Catch it on the next rotation, on whatever your patch equivalent of Patch Tuesday is.
Right.
But if it's something that is within your system and is reachable, then and is exercised, then yes, you need a patch. And so NTIA and CISA, I think it was put through CISA. It started at NTIA, but CISA put together another system called VEX, which stands for Vulnerability Exchange, VEX. So you have a CVE, and for a library, and your program uses that library. Let's say it used curl, but you're not using secure TFTP in curl, but your program is lighting up the dashboard for your security team. And so the VEX document allows you to say, yes, this is present. It is a defect in the system, but it's not reachable. So you have no action you need to take today in order to protect yourself. You're going to be okay. Or they can put information like, yes, it is reachable. We don't have a patch, but here's a mitigation you can use. Change this configuration, or put the setting within your web application firewall, and that allows for communication to occur. Now, this hasn't caught on as well as we would have liked, at least not yet. But primarily because it's not because it's a bad idea. It's just when you release a system like this, it takes time for organizations to build a methodology around it. So everyone says it's a good idea, but you need people to not just agree it's a good idea. They need to go and implement methodologies. You got to go convince the vendors to do it. Got to convince the internal teams building out your pipelines to incorporate them in. So it ends up being a heavy lift, but it's one that people over time are using, that they're contributing to. So we end up with this nice effect, though, that the teams who are providing this, it helps. Like the red light turns on and saying that I got a problem, and then the VEX document shuts off the red light and says, "Hey, this is just a notification." Like all the information is there. Does that part make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yep.
Cool. So when we look at, I'll give you one other example. There was a compression library, I think it was libxy, that had a example and the example had a 10.0 CVE in it. And nobody used the example for anything that was production. It was like a learning example, but it lit up all of the dashboards, and people had to patch it quickly because their policies all said you cannot have a critical CVE within your infrastructure. And despite the fact it was in the documentation, not actually in any executable path, they ended up with this problem where the teams were told you have to go mitigate the problem. But the group who were managing the library said, this is just documentation. This actually doesn't match to reality. And so they said, we're not updating it. So now you got this 10.0 sitting in your repository that you're getting no patch for because there's no actual threat. Yet your dashboards are going off like crazy, saying you have this huge problem.
Okay.
And you're out of compliance.
Right.
That's the biggest problem. So you're out of
Yeah.
compliance now.
Right.
Which so your auditors are going to have a field day for a problem you can't solve. And so, yeah, there was you can see the cracks opening up there because of the methodologies and the way they've been put together. So a VEC statement would allow you to say, yeah, that's present, but it's not a problem, and explain why.
Mhm.
So all of this, the reason I'm mentioning this is because when you start looking at AI bill of materials, people have learned about the problems we had on the software side and asked the question, well, what if while AI is just starting to take off, what if we can incorporate some of the lessons learned into the methodologies that we have now and build them in from the start, so that way that people who are building these systems can have all the information there to build on, and perhaps we'll have problems still, but maybe we won't have those problems. So the AI bill of material is a bit larger than the software bill of materials because they're incorporating not just build information, but they're also trying to incorporate expectations of what the operational system should look like and what it should be. Or if you're running a system, then the AI bill of materials incorporates what you actually used as part of the as part of the package.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's a lot of information there. But is there any gap or anything you can think of that you wanted to ask there?
I guess just for the AI, well, you're still saying that it's still being kind of fleshed out. There's nothing hard and fast about it all right now, about like what's supposed to be included in it.
Well, there's certain things that are almost certainly going to be included. So,
okay,
I highly likely the model that's being deployed and the hash of the model will be in there. There'll be some information about the format. When the model, be careful with the wording, because ideally it's when the model was built, but more likely it'll be when the bill of materials is created for the model will be the actual timestamp. So there's some basics that are well established that are in there. Ideally, if the model is a derivative of another, like let's say I take Gemma 4 from Google, which is an open source Apache 2 licensed model, and I were to then fine tune it and make a better Theobot, and then send that over to you, and then
it's a low bar.
If I and then I have this AI bill of materials, and I hand you the AI bill of materials, and then you can say, oh, this came from Gemma. It came from this particular snapshot of it. I use these particular versions of the system. These were the outputs. Like, there are things you don't actually have to go look at the model. You can look at the metadata that is within it to work out, oh, it runs on a single system. I can run it on a MacBook, or I can run it on an NVIDIA GPU. I need PyTorch. I need, like, you start to have that information. And what version of PyTorch, like, what's the minimum that you need for it? So you start to have this information that you can then make a decision, like, well, what do I need to do before you ever try to launch the model off? If I find out there's a bug within my code and it's causing Theobot to act weird, then if we train other models off of the one that I built, and then that means that there's a good chance that behavior may actually proliferate to other derivatives as well. So being able to say at a later time, I have this thing that's mapped to this specific version of the Gemma 4 derivative, and I have this new version that fixes that problem. Then knowing all of the models that you then trained off of that initial one that I provided is of high value to you.
Okay. I mean, both of them sound like great ideas. Like, what kind of pushback, like, do some people have on both of these? Because neither, I mean, is software bill of materials, is that something that doesn't feel like that's something that's done on every piece of software right now?
No, it's definitely not.
Okay. I mean, these sound like good ideas. Like, how come? Like, what's holding them back?
So there's a couple things. So the first one is, if you're a company, this actually turns into an expense. Like if you're shipping software, then and your methodology and your process is perhaps on the weaker side. Like the bar for the NTIA was kept low on purpose. And the reason it was kept low on purpose was because they wanted to make it so easy to achieve that if you cannot achieve it, that was indicative that your process is so unorganized that we probably should not rely on that company or that organization.
And what was that you called it? The NTIA?
That was a National Transportation Institute, I think. It's a U.S. government department.
Okay, all right.
Where the S-bombs initially got its work within the U.S. government.
Oh, okay.
So it originated there because it was happened to be where the people were that did the initial S-bomb work, and then those people then transferred over to CISA once it became more important.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't
but
do
what
that.
ended up happening is that the bar was kept low because they wanted to minimize the cost and they wanted to minimize the complexity. Like, you can't even give me a list of the vendors that you're using in your software. It's like, how do I know that you're not using something from a source that I don't want to use? Like, for the U.S. government in particular, they may be worried about like software that comes from certain Chinese organizations. Like, if it comes from Huawei today, they're probably going to say no, we don't want it, because if I recall, they put them on the entity list. So the same thing happens in this particular scenario where you may have pieces of software, but if you cannot give at least a reasonable, it doesn't even have, like, even if it's not complete, but you can't give like a mostly complete list, then your management of vulnerabilities is almost certainly going to be completely missing.
Okay.
Because if you can't even tell what's inside of your system, how are you going to manage the vulnerabilities within them?
Right. Of course.
So, yeah, that's the first problem.
Why do I keep messing up your name? Epistemic Anarchist asks, can you quantify AI risks enough to actually make an AI bill of materials useful in terms of identifying vulns? They get software bill of materials, just not sure on AI. Does that make sense?
I think so. And sorry, my chat is not loading, so I cannot see. It hasn't shown me a new message in like 10 minutes. So I'm going to restart.
I'll send it to you directly if that helps too.
Cool, because it helps me to read these things as well. But let me restart Twitch, and then I can read it directly.
No problem. I'm going to switch headphones real quick again.
Okay, so can you quantify AI risk enough to actually make an AI S-bomb useful in terms of identifying vulnerabilities? I actually do not. That remains to be seen, in my opinion. I think, but also remember that having some protection is better than no protection. And so I also have no idea if Theo can hear me. So,
I got you now. Yep.
Cool. Yeah, I was mentioning that. I was mentioning about the AI bill of materials in terms of quantifying risk. I don't think we're going to be able to capture all of the risks within them just yet. But I do think that having some information about it will give us the ability to reason about it better. Like if I see a particular system was trained on, like if I send an AI model to you. Say, hey, here's an LLM. Go and use it. And it was actually a GPT-2 base that I then fine tuned. You know that it's going to be a terrible model compared to today's standards. Because you have the information in there, you can see what it is, as opposed to just giving a black box that says, "Here's Theobot." And so, I think some of the risks are quantifiable or it makes it easier to reason about. But other forms of the risk, like we don't even know how much these things, like we know that all models hallucinate. We also have observed that some models, if you have a model architecture and the model architecture has more parameters and is a stronger model, they tend to hallucinate more than the same architecture, but smaller parameters. So interestingly, the weaker models tend to hallucinate less, probably because they're less creative. But here's a good question. We don't fully understand yet as to what conditions cause the hallucinations to occur, and certainly not in a way that we can then go off and prevent them. So there might be certain topics, there might be certain ways of asking questions or certain inputs, to be more precise, that increase the likeliness of a hallucination. And we actually saw with Anthropic's 4.8, they made in their announcement, they said this is the most honest model we've made so far. One of the interesting things that I observed when my own usage, and perhaps others of you have seen the same thing, is that it's also more likely to say, let me be honest about this. Let me be clear about this. And then it proceeds to answer the question. And it makes me...
I'm afraid I can't
actually,
do
Agent
that.
is asking, we have voice again. We should check chat to see if they can still hear.
Yeah.
Can you all hear?
I think they can hear you. I think Agent 57 was talking about TTS, meaning does voice have a chat just yet?
Oh, I see.
Yeah. No.
Oh,
no.
Well, I have a voice.
Yes.
Anyway, so getting back to the hallucination part, that model information, if I tell you what the base model is, you can reason about it better now, because you can go and look at the benchmarks to see, like, is this thing going to code well? Is it going to reason well? Is it going to math well? Was it trained on multiple languages? Like maybe its Spanish is good, but maybe its Japanese is terrible, versus another model that has a larger training set for it. So it doesn't allow us to fully quantify the risk, but it does allow us to at least tell something about it and tell whether we're trending better or worse, perhaps.
Okay. That makes sense. I mean, you're going to be able to assign, I mean, insurance companies or anyone is going to be able to assign risks as some kind of parameter. But having at least something gets us to a starting point, at least. Like letting it, like you mentioned, going back and trying to do the software bill of materials, and getting people to adhere to it may be difficult, but if you're starting with AI in its infancy, then it makes it easier. I would think that it makes it easier to assign these different risks to it, or to understand as much as you can understand what's going on inside them, or what's being used for them.
And keep in mind that risk is also a function of the impact that system can have. Like if I take an AI model and I train it to play Angry Birds in a browser, and that's all it does, if that AI messes up and runs my bird into a pipe, I mean, the risks are low.
Mm-hmm.
Like no one's getting hurt, except maybe my ego for not being able to build a good enough model.
Right.
But if there's a model that is like driving a car, which we know that there are, then the risk is much higher. And so you have to also keep in mind that risk is not just the likeliness of something happening. It's what is that model going to be used for? So imagine now imagine for a moment that you're part of the team making, since we're talking about Gemma 4 and it being a Apache license. So let's say you're on that team and you publish Gemma 4. Some teams are going to use it for some very simple, like Theobot, chatbot as an example.
Right.
Other teams might go use it and say, hey, let's go build a classifier that maybe is used to using the imaging feature. Maybe they can go train it to detect cancer. And so the knowing that Gemma 4 is being used in that scenario, and over time, knowing people as people discover more about it and they reason about Gemma 4 and they start saying, like, here's where its limitations are, means that over time you'll be able to tell more about the risks that you're injecting into the system for those higher risk ones, and and more information means you can make a better decision as to whether you want to accept it or not, or allow it or not. And it's also part of the reason why the data sets, it's part of why they have not just the training sets, but why they have the validation sets. Because you have like the training set, you have the test set for to see whether the training is tending in the right direction or not. But they'll keep a portion of the test completely separate. They may even source them from different locations that are unrelated to the main set. And those act as your validation set to say, like, in a real world environment, is this thing more likely to produce results, or are we overfitting the model to the training and test set? So that what kind of validation you are performing, it's not entirely clear. I don't think that's going to end up in the AI bill of materials, but perhaps those kind of questions are important to say, hey, we validated this information against this data set to tell whether or not the system is acting better or not. And that's actually what you see with the benchmarks. Like whenever you see like the humanities last exam, I think was the name of it, or you'll see like the SWE benchmarks. Like it's a benchmark that's held off to the side that is run by a third party, that they can try to give something that, not to say it's not biased, but perhaps is less biased compared to the internal training sets they use to give us something to reason about.
Oh, okay.
So whether that'll end up in a bill of materials, I mean, I hope that it does, but I don't know for sure if it will.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, there is a document. If you search up CISA AI bill of materials, you'll actually see they'll point to a German government website that's part of the Bund.de, and I probably said that name terribly. And in that, they have a document that is.
I think I have it here.
And it's written. It definitely has an English version of it, and the CISA one points to the English version. And if you read that, then that'll tell you what the government and the people that they sourced the opinions of those individuals. It'll give you at least a sense as to what they're thinking of that should possibly be inside of an AI bill of materials. So I would recommend reading. So the reason what I'm looking at from a goal here is anyone who's interested in this, hopefully it gave you a little bit more of a background as to a little bit of foundational knowledge as to what some of the expectations are. And then when you read through the document, if you choose to do so, then you have a little bit more of a background in terms of in terms of some of the thoughts and ideas that I've seen people discuss and reason about. So a little bit more background to help synthesize the information and understand it.
Yep. And I think I found it here, right? You just said it was a shared, what do they call it? Where'd it go? A shared G7?
It's a PDF. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
Shared G7 one. They actually did a previous one. This is, I believe, the updated one, if I recall. It's more thorough.
Okay.
If there's any cats in the hallway, you better get the stuff.
So, again, the thing that I worry about with some of these systems is whether or not the like you have static and dynamic information, and having dynamic information there is helpful, but there is a trap that if you rely on a static document for dynamic information, then you're going to get an outdated view. So people may not know that they need to go and refresh the information about the risks or what platforms they can run, or what vulnerabilities are present. So not knowing that they need to do that itself is a risk within the methodology. So it's important if you end up, or if anyone here ends up being part of a team that has to incorporate this information, always ask the question: is this information that is likely going to remain static? And by static, I don't mean it cannot be updated. Like maybe you had a binary SBOM and now you're given a source SBOM from the same version. That second one's going to be more accurate than the first one and supersedes it. But it's not really like dynamic information. Like it's still static in its nature. But is CVEs like how many open CVEs does the system have? Like you actually have to go query a live database to work that out, because you don't know if one was published today or not on that exact system. So just keep in mind that some pieces of information are more dynamic, so you have to incorporate processes to keep those pieces of data fresh.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah, it's interesting just to think about just the phrase like bill of materials. I like hearing both of them, that they're available. But the it's just interesting to talk about, because it's very, there's a lot that goes there's a lot of thinking that goes into these things. So
yeah, and there's one other risk, which is if you're a consumer of the bill of materials, whether it's software or AI or hardware, because there's now a hardware bill of materials that they're pushing as well. If the information is incorrect or incomplete, then it's going to mislead you. And it can mislead you in ways that can cause damage. So one of the questions that this is why I think the source of the information is so important. Like if you say, I have a particular thing from the Go compiler that I built that has the information straight from the build system, then I'm more likely to believe it than like if I gave you a C program and asked and said, I ran a scanner after the fact and this is what it produced. Like even the compiler itself introduces code and features that are from the compiler, and people don't list what compiler they use within the software bill of materials. And yet there's a start function that every program has when you run them, except for kernels or things that run on bare metal, like without an operating system. But every program that runs with an operating system has this _ start method. And that start method sets up the memory, loads in the dynamic libraries, sets up your inputs and outputs, and then it executes your main function, which is your program that you wrote. That little piece of that program is injected by the compiler into every running application. Yet I rarely ever see any software bill of material ever call that out and say, hey, this used this particular compiler, and this was the version, this was the hash of that specific helper. See, runtime is like this. A CRT 1.a is, if my memory serves me correct, that it ends up using. So, but if you're doing a a build from source, you're more likely to capture it there than you are if you are to do a scan after the fact, because you lost the information. Like if the metadata is not incorporated somewhere, then you have to rely on heuristics. Like, oh, this compiler tends to do this versus that and then that, and the chances of those heuristics being accurate or sometimes even being present are probably not going to be very high.
Yeah.
So, or there's an organization that you just know puts out bad information. Like you ask them for an SBOM, and they just send you a document, and every time that you validate the information, it's incorrect. Like your reputation of that company is going to go down because like they can't even give you something that's accurate, and they have the source code. So yeah, that's one of the risks though, is if you get too many poor quality SBOMs or AI bombs, then you have this expensive methodology and you're not getting the value out of it that you're expecting. So it's important for people to push for accuracy there as well.
Yeah. There's so many layers, there's so much nuance, there's so much interconnectivity that I really see the usefulness of bill of materials. Like it just can get insanely complex. And
well, imagine you're running a hyperscaler now. Like let's say that you're the person at Google or AWS and you're being asked for an SBOM for Google Cloud. Well, like what do you do there? It's that system is so dynamic, like things are always being added and removed that, and also partially they roll things out in phases. So you might have some infrastructure is running an older version, the next one is running a newer version, and you're doing a rolling update. And which one did you like? Which of these do you hit when you have a request come in? If you hit either one of them, so what do you do with a SBOM in that scenario? Does it even make sense to have an SBOM in that scenario? Right. They have databases that keep track of all this information, and those databases tend to be very accurate because they're tracking actual runtime. So does it really make sense to push them for an SBOM? Probably not.
Yeah.
Like at that point, you're just adding cost to them, and you're adding risk because any SBOM that they give you is going to be out of date in about 1 millisecond.
Right.
So, yeah, but there's people who just call it for everything. Say, oh, we need it for every single thing. And it's like, you have to ask, what are you actually trying to stop? What are you trying to prevent?
Right.
And are you meeting the mission in doing so?
Anita on Twitch. Anita, this is Tawny, who's been in the chat plenty of times, and I've asked questions of them plenty of times. Lending their expertise. We were talking a couple weeks ago about software bill of materials, and Tawny had mentioned that there's a push for AI bill of materials as well. So that's who we're talking to right now in Discord. If you have any questions, please feel free to drop them while Tawny's here.
Yeah, I'm from the internet and I'm here to help. Yes.
Far away if Tawny.
The only way to learn is by playing.
I mean, that's low hanging fruit, but
the only way to begin.
Do you want to answer that, Tawny?
Yeah, I can give it a shot. I think we covered the AI bill of materials and software bill of materials well enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So CCNA. I would say first, it depends on what your goals are. If your goal is to become a network person and working in that industry, 100% go for it. Go for the Juniper ones as well, if they still do those ones, because I recall Juniper being acquired. I think they still do them. But if your goal is to be a software developer, you're probably going to get less utility out of a CCNA unless you intend to work in telecom. If your goal is to go into cybersecurity, I really don't have a good answer, but I don't think it could hurt because I'm of the firm opinion that knowing computer networking, if you're in this industry, is a superpower. so many people do not understand networking, and they understand superficially, like packets get sent and I can ping and I can do nmap, but they don't understand the like how these things actually work, or how BGP works, or DNS, or similar. They just know that it's there and it doesn't affect. So it depends on what your goals are. If your goals are aligned with CCNA, then go and get it.
Anita, Tawny is the one who recommended that computer networks book that I sent you also. Anita was here a couple streams ago.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I know a couple things about networking. That is the book that I wish I had. And the worst part about it is the book existed when I started to do my networking journey.
Yeah.
It has
They've
evolved
and changed it based on how the landscape, I think is a good way to describe it, has changed.
It is still a book though. So books are going to have all of the book problems that books tend to have. But I actually think if you read through that specific book, if you have the tenacity to go through the whole thing, I think you will end up in a spot where even if you don't fully internalize everything inside of it, you'll have a much better knowledge as to how it works than your average person who's working in the same area with you. And cybersecurity has a very strong network component. So even if you don't go down into the details and say, hey, let me go build a switch, or let me go build my own router, or go build my own 5G packet core, like you're going to get a tremendous amount out of just understanding, like, what does it mean when we say something is routed? What actually is involved in the routing of that system? How does NAT actually work? Interestingly, NAT also affects the TCP segment as well, because the TCP segment has a hash in it. So when you do NATing and you change the either source or destination address, you have to change you have to update the hash. So there's like all these little things that are present that if you understand them, then you can still work through it and learn on the fly. But if you already have that foundational knowledge and you run into something like, hey, we're doing SNAT, you know exactly what it is, or I'm doing DNAT, then you know exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that book is going to be more on the theoretical side as well. Like, it's not going to have you type in the commands and build a network. And if you're in the cybersecurity side, either defend or exploit that network. So you still need the hands-on experience somewhere. See that book as either a foundational book to read through or a reference book that when you come across a concept you don't know, then go to that book and read it. Like, read that section. You can do either. But it depends on your learning style as well. Like, if books aren't your style and you don't tend to do well with books, then the book is obviously the wrong choice.
Hope that helps, Anita.
We just got ads, so
yeah.
I don't know if Anita is subbed or
I
not.
missed it. I usually try to snooze them. So that's 30 seconds. So. Oh, cool. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's a very long-winded way of saying I don't know.
Whatever.
But maybe it's a more helpful way.
I think so. I've appreciated our conversations, and they've definitely helped. Foundational knowledge is always a good idea.
Yeah, and that is my viewpoint on it. I think when it comes to foundational knowledge, if you develop a good foundation, and I actually think you're doing a good job there on learning the foundations. Like, I've even on things like Linux, when I go in and if I'm using a command that I haven't used in a while, I have to go look up the flags again
Right.
because I'll forget like the flags, or even worse, different distributions or different Unix systems. The
Yeah.
flags actually change.
Yeah.
Dash P in one is not the same as Dash P in the other.
Right.
So I have this habit of like going back and relearning some of the details, but the foundational knowledge is there.
Yeah.
Like I know that when I run a particular command, like I'm looking for a specific effect. So I think part of this is it would be helpful for people to have some form of a roadmap that says like I want to learn a particular thing, and the part of the problem is that people don't know what they need to know in order to successfully perform that particular task. So like some of the boxes you're looking at earlier, like you know what you know, but maybe the thing that you need to know, there was a great XKCD that you posted. Yeah, maybe you happen to be cybersecurity equivalent of this.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, and so you get to have the lucky moment of learning something, which is always a phenomenal moment to be.
Yep.
And so that, but building up that foundational knowledge means that you can also reason about other things that are adjacent to it. Because if you see something that looks odd, then you have that foundational knowledge to say, hey, it doesn't work that way over here. Why? And so it's not. It becomes less about second guessing yourself. It becomes more about you see something that seems out of place, and it just turns into I forget the name. There's a Japanese term for it, but I'll just say what the meaning of it is. Is they have this concept that they call beginner's mind.
Okay.
And is that concept of even if you're an expert in something and you approach it with a beginner's mind, you're approaching it with the concept of like, I might learn something today.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's different than I don't know this information. Is the question is more in a sense of maybe there's something new here that I haven't explored, or maybe something I forgot, or maybe there's something that I'm not as good at that I can improve. And being open to that possibility, but also in a way like if I hand a beginner a guitar and if they say, oh, I'm terrible, and they put it down, they're going to get nowhere. But if they look at it and says, oh, wow, this is cool, something new, and they try it, then maybe they find that they enjoy it and they continue. Maybe they find they don't enjoy it. That's fine too. If they go and decide this is not for me, I'm going to go do something else. But that concept of beginner mind is like hugely important.
Yeah. The framing of it. You could start with a negative framing of it and says, well, I don't know this. But going into it with the mindset of, oh, something new. I'm going to learn about this today.
Yeah. And in your one practice session, your one, and by practice, I don't necessarily mean guitar, even cybersecurity, you're one practice session closer to being able to pop that box of that difficulty that maybe 2 weeks ago you weren't able to do, but you've learned some new things. And then now you're just that much more capable.
Yep. Agree 100%.
Well, we have managed to somehow silence chat.
Which is amazing, honestly.
Yeah, because we started with 38 and we left with 38. Or we're currently at 38. So, yeah.
I think it's pretty good. I try not to pay too much attention to that number.
Yeah, same here. Well, when I stream, I don't tend to have very many, because I don't do it regularly. It's like it'll be like 3 months, and then I'll just like pop up and do a thing, and so it's like I'm not going to build up a fan base like that.
Yeah.
So, but that's not the reason for it. The reason is to hang out with friends.
That's right, and learn something. Hold myself accountable and learn something.
Exactly. So, no other questions on the topic. So, do you have any other questions?
No, I don't right now. That helped clear up a lot of things about the bill of materials.
Yeah. I love that last comment that epistemic anarchists put. There's no stupid questions. Only stupid people who never ask questions.
That's a bit harsh.
That last half is harsh for sure. But the first half of it is excellent for sure. I one of the things I used to do, because I was in a position where for a relatively decent sized startup, I was one of the main interviewers for almost half the people that joined the company. And I also ended up being the person who would help facilitate them and working as a software engineer. So I had my own set of software things I had to do, but I would help onboard people. And I noticed there was a huge difference between people coming in from university versus people who had been in the industry for a little while in terms of their demeanor. So there is this problem that we have within the school system, and it makes sense as to why it's like this, but it causes a problem, which is people will start at kindergarten or first grade, and they'd always do the work yourself. Don't work on the test with your friends. You can ask me for questions, but I'm the only person you can ask. You can ask your parents when you're at home, but and you can study together, but you're not able to work on problems together, like quizzes or similar. So we go all the way through to university, and not all universities are like this anymore, but it's changing. We get all the way to university, and we don't have this. So the people just don't have this concept of, I don't understand this. Let me go ask. And it actually ends up manifesting itself in the workplace, because this person would come in, would be really intelligent, really ambitious, first job, and they won't ask questions,
right?
Because they're embarrassed that they'll be seen as I don't know this information, therefore, or I wasn't smart enough to get it. There's a thing that happens there, versus the people coming in from the industry are just this is a magic incantation. I don't understand what it does.
Right.
And I don't know what the magic incantation I need in order to build this particular system. So then you tell them, oh yeah, it's make build -p, you put a number 22 in here, you put this thing over here, and then when you put all that in, it does the thing. And these are things that they, just knowing the parameters, you don't need to understand the magic incantation in order to use it. And that's the thing that's blocking you from getting to the things that you want to learn. Later on, you can come back and learn why the magic incantation is the way it is, and maybe even remove it or simplify it. But so I would go in and check on these people and say, try to determine whether the thing you're doing is going to actually improve your knowledge, or are you just struggling at it because you don't know a magic incantation? Because if it's the first, you're learning. If it's the second, you're wasting time. And I would rather they come and ask me and me to spend 5 minutes with them, rather than have them waste an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, a whole day. And I would then leave, and I would come back 2 or 3 hours later. So what are you up to? What's going on? Oh, I can't get this thing. That looks like a magic incantation. Do you just want to know what it is? Yeah. And then I would reiterate to them. And after I do this a few times, they'll start to ask questions. But it was always a problem with people coming in. It was just new information, a new way of working that they were not used to, and how to get people to communicate, because a lack of effective communication is the primary cause for teams to fail, other than a lack of resources. If you don't have enough money to do it, you're going to fail as well. But a lack of effective communication, and that term "effective" is important in there. It's to use ChatGPT's phrase, that word "effective" is doing real work. And
all right.
So that's. But it's with any team, cybersecurity team. If you're not effectively communicating with your colleagues, you're just not going to be effective at your job.
Yep. It's
Yeah, that is
interesting way
true.
to put
What
that.
MSEC mentioned. Like, what is the magic incantation for this? Or asking Claude, hey, start this program, and then it like analyzes like 2,000 lines of code and then starts the program. That is absolutely true. It's even just make sure in those scenarios that you tell it to update your Claude MD or turn it into a skill. That way that you're not burning through half a rainforest in order to start a program.
Right.
Maybe that's overstating the power usage, but
a cup of water in the rainforest, perhaps.
Perhaps.
Chat is unusually quiet, though.
They're insanely quiet. Wow. So, yeah, I think on this topic, I think we covered it really well.
Yeah, I do too.
There we go. Make some noise.
Hey, Dayloop.
I wish I had my my guitar set up here with the amp and everything, because then I can make some noise for you.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually intend to do that with a stream in the future, as I'm going to wire up my my amp to my laptop and then test it and make sure it works, that it comes across properly, and then I may in the future do a little bit of music or a little bit of practice on it. If it's practice, it's going to be a little bit boring because it'll be repetitive. Like, let's go play this bar 200 times. I'm sorry. But if it's songs, and then that'll be much more fun.
I don't know about that. I think a little bit of both would be good.
Yeah, see, MSEC has promised that you're going to do interpretive dances for people.
Yes, we're going to get to that right after the break.
Cool.
Interpretive dance. It's just me with my head in my hands.
Yeah, I'll post an interpretive dance.
There it is. That's it.
Okay, well, with that, we've been on for roughly an hour, so I'm going to go and drop so I can get a little bit more work done. But thank you for having me on, and if you think there's any other topic I can help with, then let me know.
Absolutely. I appreciate you taking time to chat with us, Tawny. Thank you.
My pleasure. Take care.
See you. Super awesome. Again, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Yes, that was Tawny.
Sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
You know what? Maybe I need to add a channel to the Discord where questions for Tawny. And if they're willing to come on and answer them. Because we were talking about software bill of materials and AI bill of materials. Legend is right. Oh, that's cool. All right, I'll do it then. Yep. Bombing, yes. Very cool. I can do that then. That'd be great. Like, again, I can't say it enough that, like, I appreciate the help that I get. I truly appreciate Tawny just popping on and answering questions like that. But, like, I want to help with whatever I can help with because of the help that I got. So, yes. Okay, we're going to poke around here a little bit more on what else is here. We tried search at PHP templates database search. Oh, that's right. And then we got this form. Wait, can I not erase that?
Taking control. I've had enough of this. Been losing my soul. Time to get a grip. I'm taking control. I've had enough of this. Getting out of this hole. 'Cause I got a life to live. Taking control. Taking control. Taking control. 'Cause I got a life to live. Over and over again, they keep doing the same thing. Taking control of my life like it don't mean anything. When you gonna realize I got a life to live?
Only me.
All right. I'm not exactly sure what I can do there. I can't get anything to. It just gives. I can't find. Oh, I can't do anything there. I don't know why all these fields are in there. And I keep getting not found.
What's happened to my head?
It's keeping the values now.
Not really, not that much. Everything I forget. Yeah, I'm forgetting nearly everything. Now that I got you.
Criteria search string. Criteria column name is not empty. Criteria column name.
You've taken up all my headspace.
Words or values to search for. Wildcard, %. Well, I don't think this should be here, but I don't understand what I'm supposed to do with it. And then under search, there's tracking. And then export. You all can't hear that. It sounds like they're rolling rocks across the floor upstairs. Okay, gang. Good stream today. You know what I'm saying? Good stream today. We're going to find someone. Obviously. Also, the style of answering questions. I like to steel man the question, then answer the questions at their peak, and seeking truth about survive questions at their best, and simply devoted their devolved straw man version. Devolved. Christy's on. Maya's on. We rated Maya a few times. But Christy rated us. Christy rated me one time I wasn't live. I have no idea why she did that. So I think we're going to raid Christy. Christy has been known to do cybersecurity and those kind of streams. I don't know, Madeline Patience. Software and game development. Oh, they're on the carousel. They're on the front page. I don't know. No, I don't know them. Am I supposed? Why would I know them? Maybe next time. I was like supporting people that are. I was like supporting and rating people that are in here chit chatting. Christy's been in here plenty of times.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
I've rated them before. I don't think so.
If there's any cats in the hallway, you better get to stepping.
I don't think they rated us. Madeline Patience has rated us. Oh, it only goes back like 2 weeks. Penny Gamer, remind me next time. I want to pay Christy back. This time, though. Thank you. Spectre, what's up? What are you talking about? Stay live? You want me to stay live after I raid? Dude, it's 6 hours. It's like a work day. It's more taxing than a work day because chat's here. You're a weenie. What happened? Yeah, I was saying, how come it didn't start? That's not working right. Agent 57, Spectre, MSEC, Tawny, Brumbo, Madam Fabulous, Epimistic Anarchist. All day I struggle with that. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for hanging out with us the whole time. Fallen Grey Hatter, Penny Gamer, Pure, Crustacean, Rabid Paperclip, Squiddy Wins, Tagora. Thank you all for hanging out. Have a great day. Remember, if you've been struggling with starting to do something, right now, start right now. And come back and let us know how it goes. It's time to go. It's time to start. Enjoy the rest of your night.
The only way to learn is by playing. The only way to win is by learning, and the only way to begin is by beginning.
Content. Whoa! No way, Jose. Theo. Oh my god. Welcome in. Coming in super hot. How are you? Thank you for the ride. I'm not doing any